Well, a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl, where we are just under 5 minutes away from the start of the fourth and last day of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Durham. Before I give you the state of play, it's probably in a way give you the state of the weather, because after 3 very warm, hot days, it's gone the other way. It is a lot chillier, a lot cloudier, and the hover cover has been hovering around, but it's off the field of play, and we await the two umpires, Alex Wharf and Russell Warren. The state of play going into this last day: Durham 410 for 8 in their first innings. Yes, we are still in the first innings here, and they are still trailing Hampshire, who made 503 all out about 5 weeks ago, by 93 runs. It feels that long. It has not been the easiest of wickets for the bowlers, hence why we've only had 18 wickets over 3 days. Will we get a result today? Probably not. I don't think this wicket is going to get any worse, going to deteriorate. I think we all thought it might turn a little bit more than it has. It hasn't really done that. So we come to this last day fully expecting a draw, and I think there's some rain coming around about tea time today, which may come at quite a good time for everyone. Your commentary team this morning, a little later, we'll hear from the analyst, Simon Hughes. Yes, he's back. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist. He's with us as well. I'm Kevin James, and next to me from BBC Radio Newcastle, he looks like he's just found his phone, Martin Emerson. Martin, good morning.
Yes. I like it when you give the match the big sell.
Oh, no. It's been difficult to sell this match for 3 days, hasn't it? Really?
Yeah, it has. I've just been looking. The weather forecast keeps changing all the time. So when I was having breakfast this morning and I looked at the Met Office app, it had completely changed from what it was saying yesterday, and suddenly it was going to be raining all day. There's a bit of drizzle when I was driving up the motorway. Now it's changed again to say cloudy, but then 4 o'clock, 90% chance of rain.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
It looks like it's going to be a lovely drive north all night long, hoying it down.
Well, I'll be thinking of you.
Yeah.
So
I thought that counts.
Yeah, no, I'll be honest with you, from what we've seen over the last 3 days, I don't think that rain can come quite soon enough.
I mean, if the rain doesn't come, the earliest it can shake hands on a draw is 10 to 5. That would be on the basis that Durham are out, Hampshire are batting, and then declare.
Yeah, unless the captains agree, do they? To not take the game any further? Is that right?
That has to be, I think the earliest it can do that's 10 to 5.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, sorry, yes. Yeah. So, the very latest, let's hope that rain comes in before then. You're right, I'm giving this a massive sell.
Yeah.
But it has been at times quite hard watching. And there's been some good batting, there's no doubt about that. If you come here to watch batters bat, then you'll have enjoyed Ali Orr with his first 100 for Hampshire, Tom Prest with his second 100 for Hampshire, and David Beddingham, who scored a quite sublime 144. In fact, it was quite a surprise when he was out just before 5 o'clock yesterday evening. 294 balls he faced. I think he played and missed once. His very first scoring shot, where he tried to hit Liam Dawson over the top, wasn't the most convincing, but everything else after that, he never really did look like getting out. Right, the players are on the pitch. I'm told there will be, I don't think there'll be any Nick Gubbins again today after the birth of his child yesterday morning, his baby girl, Utilita. We're not expecting him to take to the field today. Certainly not this morning anyway. Right, so 410 for 8 then, Durham. They trail by 93. First thing, of course, for Durham is to make sure they get in front. And they have a couple of first innings wickets to help them do that. Callum Parkinson is 15 not outs. Ben Raine is 35 not out. These two so far have put on 48 unbroken for the 9th wicket, approaching another half-century stand in this game, which there have been numerous ones. I know you're having trouble logging in. I did earlier. It takes a couple. I think it took a couple of goes this time. Here comes Kyle Abbott then to get the 4th morning underway, and it's outside the off stump and it's left alone by Parkinson. The ball dies as it goes through to Ben Brown.
I'm going to nip to talk to the people of the north, then I'll be back.
Look forward to it.
More the northeast than just generally the north.
I wonder how cold it is up there at the moment. If it's cold here. Whew.
It's apparently a nice day. I've just been on the phone, so.
Oh, I knew you'd say that. Here's Abbott, runs away from us. Bowls and forward is Parkinson. Goes out towards extra cover. Just looking around because Toby Albert was fielding yesterday. I'm sure he's out there. I think he's out there at deep square leg actually. I think it's either him or Ali Orr. A full cloud cover, although at the moment it's fairly high. 3 days of, I think at worst it was hazy cloud. Mostly blue skies. Completely different scene today. As Abbott runs away from us and bowls, Parkinson works that away to short mid wicket. Fielded by Prest. And there is no run. Spoke to Liam Dawson last night after the game with his 5 wickets from 62 overs. He's almost played a 50 over game himself. And he was expecting to maybe having to bowl 2 or 3 more. 62 overs is the most he's ever bowled in an innings. Previously, twice in 2019. He was just behind that. As Abbott comes in and bowls, and forward is Parkinson. He said that he was hoping this wicket would turn a little bit more. It's a used wicket. I think the general feeling going into this game was that this wicket might have turned a bit more than it has. I think he was a tad disappointed that it didn't help him a little more, but he still picked up 5 wickets. And he's currently far and away Hampshire's top wicket taker of the season with 17. Forward again is Parkinson. This man bowling at the moment, Kyle Abbott, is all of a sudden finding wickets hard to come by this year. He has just 5. Normally he's had that by the end of game 1. And his 5 wickets so far this season have cost him 71 apiece. And when you think he's averaging 21 career, there's a massive change. Noah Abbas, who didn't start this game because he was ill, his 5 wickets will cost him 42. Again, another man that's in the low 20s career average. Short ball. Parkinson ducks underneath that one. That's the end of the first over of the morning, and it's a maiden. And that is the 141st over of the Durham first innings. But I single out Abbott and Abbas. They are not the only seam bowlers around the country that have all of a sudden found wickets hard to come by. Matthew Potts. Let's give you an example of just the bowlers that are bowling here. Potts' 6 wickets have cost him 63 so far this season, and of course he's one that's being talked about as a probable candidate of taking over from Jimmy Anderson after he plays his 1 farewell test against the West Indies. So bowlers up and down the country, Martin Emerson, the seamers especially, have found that their averages are nothing like their career averages.
Yes. Strange, isn't it? I wonder if it's because it's just been such a long wet winter, and maybe that's deadened wickets and slowed them a bit.
Seems to be, doesn't it? Yeah. Obviously 2 rounds of Kookaburra balls, which didn't help.
No. Or 1 in Durham and Hampshire's case.
That's true, yeah. They're probably thankful for that.
Yeah. Here's Liam Dawson then, left arm over, bowling over number 732 of this innings. What's this, his 63rd? 5 for 171. I bet he slept well last night. I'm amazed he can actually move his shoulder today.
I asked him last night how his spinning figure was. He said, yeah, absolutely no problem with that. He said, that's the least of my worries. So, yeah, I think Dave Allen says that I think he's only got to bowl 2 or 3 more, and he's about 3rd on the all-time list, doesn't he?
All right.
We'll come to that in a moment when we need to.
Dawson in again, he bowls. This is played back by Parkinson. The first ball was a single from Raine. Can hear the grass cutters somewhere. I don't know if they're out on the golf course or on the nursery ground. Dawson in again, and that's played by Parkinson out towards mid-wicket. No run. The joy of logging in twice. It's good fun, isn't it? Next ball just beats the bat and goes into the keeper's gloves, and he's got the bails off as well.
Dave's ready with some great stats for Liam Dawson. Oh yes. One coming up.
That turned quite a long way actually, that stayed low. Here's the next delivery. Oh, Parkinson gets on that late, chops it away into the ground and off to mid-on. Gotta, I don't know, you gotta keep your powder dry and you don't go early too quickly with the stats. Bowler comes in and that's defended on the off stump, pushed out to short extra cover, no run, so 1 run from the over. 411 for 8, so Durham now trail by 92.
So Liam Dawson, 63 overs he's bowled in this innings, and he now goes 3rd, equal, on the all-time Hampshire list of bowlers who have bowled the most overs in an innings. Peter Sainsbury, I think, Dave, yeah, former left-arm spinner, the late Peter Sainsbury. Bowled 63 overs in an innings, so he's 3rd. Who was second? How many overs is second, Dave? How many overs is second? Oh, he's rushing over. Yeah, that's right, just you can shout it to me. Oh, 79. Right, okay. But 1 more over and he goes into 3rd on his own. But 79 overs would take him to 2nd. Is he going to bowl 79? That's another 16. I think he and us will be pulling their hair out if he's going to get into 79. Kyle Abbott, who's into his 17th by comparison, or starting his 17th now. He's round the wicket. Oh, there's a little bit of shape on that. To Ben Raine, the left-hander. Ball coming into him, and it's just straight. And Raine's looking at the pitch there, as if to say, that ball slightly moved. Wow. 411 for 8 then, Durham. They are behind by 92.
The over rate's plus 11. I've never seen that before.
No, I'm not. I didn't think they had that number down here for the over rate. Certainly not when Hampshire are bowling. So that's pushed out into the covers. That is incredible. I think you're right. We don't think we've ever seen that. Oh, if only it was calculated over a season. Those 2 points deducted at Surrey a couple of weeks ago wouldn't have been a problem. But it's game by game now. You should be given a bonus for getting your over rate up this high. You should actually be given an extra point. Plus 11 is worth 2 or 3 points, I think. Should add that on to the bonus points. Here's Abbott. Raine drives up to mid-off, not really timed. Dawson, the fielder. He's moving all right out there. It was funny when I did speak to him last night and said about the number of overs that he bowled, and it was the most he bowled in innings. He said, "Oh, I think there's a few more yet." And there he is. No slip at all for Raine, who's 36 not out. Still Peter Siddle to come for the visitors. He's been waiting a while. Raine drives, goes out towards extra cover. Field fairly scattered. There's a 3rd, there's a deep point. On the leg side there's a fine leg and a deep square leg. Sort of field that Hampshire not really expecting wickets to be falling anytime soon.
Derek's tweeted, he says, "Good morning, Marty and the team. I am writing stuff."
There's Abbott. Short. Raine just pulls out of that shot.
He's written a few books in recent years, including one as his life as watching cricket in the Northeast. He says, "Ellie's currently in Durham training with the Northeast Warriors and the sun is here." Jay says it's beautiful in Sheffield. He says, "I'm wearing me Scar sneakers, white trousers, and going for a coffee at dinner time because I'm cosmopolitan."
Is that what
Cosmopolitania reaches Sheffield?
Abbott reins forward, plays that late, square out on the offside. Pressed does the fielding, but they'll come through for a single, and Raine moves on to 34, and that's the 50 partnership. Another 50 partnership in this game. Only one that's reached 3 figures. It's been uncanny, the amount of partnerships between 50 and 100. I'm guessing off the top of my head. I know Marty's been writing these down. I think it's about the 9th.
Could well be.
Is that about that, isn't it?
Right?
It's somewhere around there.
There was a couple in the 40s as well, wasn't there?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in the Hampshire innings.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 5 in this.
Oh, 10.
No, 4. So 4. Sorry, yeah. So you said 9, didn't you?
Yeah. Was that?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
You over from Dawson. This one's gone through to the keeper. Raine on strike. When Dawson started bowling this spell of what's this, the 64th over, he was only 12. He's now 33. Comes in again. Left arm over from the pavilion end. And the ball bobbles away past him from a drive from Raine, which I think's come off the toe of the bat. Oh, there's Liam Dawson. He's 34.
Yeah.
Same when he started this spell, he was 12. That's a full toss, more or less, but it's just played away safely by Parkinson up to mid-off. Comes in and bowls again, and Parkinson's down the track and lofts that into the air. It's just dropped wide of mid-off, and he'll get 2 runs. Bit of a screw shot, really.
Got away with that a little bit, didn't
Yeah.
you? Lovely pitch to the green.
Yeah.
Although actually it would have been off the green.
A bit of top spin on it.
Yes.
Dawson bowls, and it's more or less a Yorker length ball, which is just blocked by Parkinson. It rolls back along the track to the bowler, and he flicks it up with the outside of his right foot into his hands.
Good skills.
Yeah. Comes around the wicket again and bowls. Gives that a little bit more air time, and it's played safely away up to mid-off by Parkinson.
So there we are. Liam Dawson moves into 3rd place on the all-time list of Hampshire bowlers who have bowled the most overs in an innings. 63, overtaken the late Peter Sainsbury. 64 he's bowled now, sorry. So he is now 15 overs away from moving equal second. And we really do hope, not just for us, but for Liam himself, that he actually doesn't get to 2nd place. I got an email last night actually from Gregory Werner, who wanted us us to mention it this morning, so I'm doing that. solentcricket@gmail.com. Greg says, I had a question tonight to consider for tomorrow. I know in 2023 the points for a draw were reduced, but still looking at Hampshire and looking at Warwickshire, has enough been done to avoid a high number of draws? Or should anything be done at all? Hampshire is on the verge of having just 1 result. Oh, I think he's talking about Surrey, and not a memorable one at that. And there is a serious need for a win or two. Well, of course, each game that passes, and Hampshire go without a win, the next game, of course, becomes even more important, especially when you consider that they started this game second to last place. There is a bowling change already this morning, and Felix Organ bowls, and that's short outside the off stump, cut away by Raine, who moves on to 39, 4-16 for 8. And what we haven't mentioned yet is that Felix Organ, who's into his 41st over, has also, for him, this is an individual record, this is his most overs in an innings.
41.
Yeah. I think Dave had the number he'd bowled previously, actually. I'm working Dave hard already. Let's play back to Felix Organ. Did you have the number of overs that Felix Organ had previously bowled most in an innings, Dave? You didn't, did you? 29, was it? Thank you.
30,
oh, 30, right. So he's 10 more overs, shortly to be 11 more overs than he's ever bowled in an innings in first-class cricket. That's played out square on the leg side by Parkinson, and he moves on to 18, 418 for 8. The records are a-coming. Felix Organ's just doing some stretches there. Looks like maybe he's feeling more of the effects than Liam Dawson is.
Whoa, where's that gust of wind come from?
Haven't had to worry about that the last 3 days. Forward is Raine. Oh, they're asking for an LBW decision there. Probably hit the pad before bat. Almost a polite inquiry rather than a serious one. Definitely chilly. These gusts of wind aren't helping. Back to the first couple of games of the season. He's gone for the slog sweep on the leg side there, Ben Raine. It's gone out square. They'll pick out 2. They'll pick up 2. And Raine moves on to 41. And Durham are 84 runs behind on 419 for 8. Another email here for this morning. Bill Lawrence, solentcricket@gmail.com. As Raine drives, there'll be a single all day long with Fuller and the boundary at mid-off. 420 for 8 at the end of that over. For a few years I've become increasingly distraught at the wickets which Hampshire have been producing, says Bill. They are low, slow and produce deathly boring cricket. Unless things change, our first Ashes test may well be our last. It may be that the fast draining outfield required by our broadcasting masters is sucking the moisture from the square. I can see 2 possible solutions. One is a drop in pitch, and 2, somewhat controversial according to my fellow long-term Hampshire sufferers, put in place an impermeable membrane around the square to a depth of a metre and retain the moisture. Ooh. The latter would serve us well, although may not be in time to save the present season.
What happens when we've had a winter like we've just had, and that impermeable was it permeable or impermeable?
Oh gosh.
Impermeable.
Yeah. Impermeable.
Yeah.
That's right. It'll just hold the moisture in for the whole summer.
Yeah. After the winter we just had, be like a paddy field, wouldn't it?
So look at the borders then.
They did, but they didn't do anything about it. They didn't change it. It's played away by Raine to short mid wicket. When was the last ball change? Has there been one in this innings?
Yes. Oh no. No, obviously the new ball, but that's about it. Oh, 49th over.
Alright. Next ball goes through the legs of short leg along the floor, no run.
That's a long time
So
ago.
this ball's 66.2 overs old, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, must be one of the better ones.
Yeah. It was from a good cow. Dawson in. Forward comes Raine and defends. .420 for 8 Durham. They are trailing by 83. Make that 82 as Raine plays the ball up to long on for 1.
It's a very small crowd today. I don't think it's just because of the state of the game. I think because obviously the weather prospects aren't great. Obviously the match prospects aren't great, but...
It's interesting you mentioned the crowd, because Davey Fenwick's emailed. He says games like this certainly aren't going to bring in the crowds. Are the batsmen getting better, or are there other factors such as the pitch and the ball that are responsible?
Combination.
They're looking at the ball again here. And they know. Is that the boxer balls coming up?
Helmet.
The helmet, is it? What's the over 8? Still plus 11.
I think they could all go off and have a cup of tea.
Yeah.
And a cake and come back on, and the over 8 would still be alright.
I think they could go off and have a cup of tea and 2 pieces of cake and another cup of tea. And then maybe a bit of flapjack. So they brought, they're bringing 2 helmets on. So, got a short leg in place, a leg slip, and they're going to bring in a silly point as well by the looks of things. Keeper wearing his helmet as well as he stands up to the stumps. It's a sort of surreal feeling about this today, isn't it?
It's weird, isn't it?
It's like a strange dream.
I don't think the weather conditions are helping, are they?
Right, they're crowding the bat after all these overs. Dawson bowls, that one drifts down the leg side, and Parkinson just hangs his left leg out for it to bounce off his pad. Dawson comes in, and that's off the pad again. And that is the end of the over.
I think it's going to be the end of me. Dave Allen will come in for me. I'll just go reading this tweet from Pete. Morning to you, Pete. At Solent Sport. He says, a few weeks ago I suggested Hampshire would get relegated because we wouldn't draw our home games on these dead pitches. I don't know if that's would or wouldn't. You thought things would improve. Wondering on your views after this dead event? Question mark. I just think that the players thought that this wicket would turn a little bit more than it is. So I think going into this game they thought things might happen a bit more than they have.
Stewart's been on. He says, I've just returned from the Canary Islands where I've been on holiday, so I got back for the final day. Bring back timeless matches so we can have this entertainment continue for at least 7 days. Here's Oran, right arm round. That sits up nicely for Raine as he cuts it to the covers for 1. Come right arm over now to the right-handed Parkinson. Parkinson pads up and it lands in the hands of first slip. So there's been not much happening on the field, but Dave's been busy with his stats and his pen and his notepad. Lots of scribbling going on.
I have, that's true.
Oran comes in and bowls. That's right, in the block hole, played away, safety by Parkinson.
I've been paying attention to those last couple of tweets about relegation and Hampshire's safety and drawn matches and so on. I'll tell you some stuff at the end of the over.
Oran bowls. Parkinson forward and he's bowled. It's played on. He went forward to the ball, pushed it down into the ground, and then he didn't know where it had gone. It rolled back between his legs and it's taken a bail off. So one bail, the off-stump bail, is lying on the floor. The other's still in position. The ball is lying about a foot from the stumps, and Parkinson is departing for 18. And he was out there for 92 minutes and faced 69 balls. So he's done a job for Durham. And that will bring Peter Siddle to the middle. That's rhymes, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
Siddle
very
to the
good.
middle.
Yeah.
60 runs the partnership was there. So they were 362 when they came together. They're now 422 for 9. So they still trail Durham by 81.
I noticed Felix Organ did a little football type celebration there, where he mimicked somebody nursing a baby, which presumably was a little tribute to Nick Gubbins, and more particularly Mrs. Nick Gubbins, or I don't know her first name, I'm sorry, but this question of drawn matches, relegation and so on, well, I had a look at last year's table, and last year 105 points would have been safe, but I also checked out drawn matches. So the team in the first or the lowest position that was safe drew 5 matches, so they would have got 25 points last year, and this year they would get 15 more. So if we assume that, and it may not be the same this year, but if we were to assume that 120 points around that would be a safety point in terms of relegation, you only need around 9 points a match on average to be safe. So if you draw every game and get a couple of bonus points, you're probably not going to go down. I don't know whether that's reassuring or not, because I'm not sure I want to spend the rest of the season watching county championship matches like this. But Hampshire are going to come out of this game with 13 points, which is 4 more than they need to be safe. Now they only came out of the Oval with 1 point, but you add those 4 to the Oval on Sunday, that's 5, and would be the same with the other drawn games. Durham and Hampshire took 8 from the first game, which is not quite enough, but only by 1. So
Peter Siddle's a new batsman, and that's pushed away 2 point. It was a few years ago when Durham were in a little bit of a relegation scrap. I think it might have been 2014, and it was going to go down to them and Lancashire as to who went down. So Oran comes in and bowls, and that's defended. They'd got really behind on their over rate, but they'd got Lancashire 9 down, and it was a real touch and go match. End of the over, 4-2-2 for 9. And so rather than bring the spinners on to try and get the over rate up, the skipper gambled on the fact that Durham would win the game, and they didn't. They lost, and then they were deducted points, and they actually came out of the match with fewer points than they went into it.
Yeah.
But they did manage to stay up at the end of the season, though.
We had one of those up in Middlesex, on that school ground, where we came back with -1. Yeah.
Oh, Merchant Taylors.
Yeah, Merchant Taylors. Yeah. So I don't think Liam Dawson's going to get second place with the most overs bowled, 79. Well, unless.
Well, hang on, we've got yet another 50-run partnership. Raine defends this first ball of the new over from Dawson.
Actually, you do. Yeah, you do need that, because we had 5 and you've had 4. So you need a 5th one. I did try and look that up last night to see if it was a record, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I'm afraid it's just not something we've ever recorded.
Little tap to the leg side by Raine. He goes for a single, moves on to 45.
Second place in the Hampshire list on 79 overs, only 1 less than the record of 80. 80 with Stuart Boys, but second place was a guy called Harry Baldwin, who was a professional bowler in the very first years in the championship, and he's the fat guy with the moustache hitching his trousers up on the Fatty Batter books. You know those books?
I haven't seen those books.
Oh,
no.
Okay. I thought they were.
I don't think they were on our school curriculum. Dawson round the wicket to Siddle. He defends this one. It rolls off towards the covers. I can't recall those books at all.
Oh, can you not? Okay. So I think there was a series of them, and they changed the covers, but the initial cover was Harry Baldwin at Portsmouth hitching his trousers up in about 1897.
Right. Siddle plays this one out towards short extra cover. Tom Prest loitering in there, picks it up.
Particularly sad story about Harry Baldwin as well, because I think he was the first man to get a benefit at Hampshire, which would have been about 1898 or something like that.
Comes in and bowls again. Siddle forward to this one, turns it round towards square leg, and is called through for a quick single by Raine.
And he chose a home game against Yorkshire because he knew that would be attractive.
Yeah.
And in those days, what you got for a benefit was the money from a match. You didn't get lots of events during the summer. You got from the match. So on the first day, there was no play because of rain.
Dawson is slogged. Where's that gone? I've lost sight of that. Has it
backward
gone for
of
6?
square.
That's a slog sweep from Raine to bring up his 50. Nice shot. He's put that over deep square leg and it's gone right to the boundary fence down to our right hand side. So he's got to 51 with 4 fours and a 6 and 95 balls.
So Harry Baldwin picks Yorkshire at Southampton. First day rained off, no play at all, so he wouldn't have taken any money on that day. Second day, only occasion in the entire history of Hampshire County Cricket Club that a match finished in one day, Yorkshire winning by an innings. So he didn't get the third day either. And in those days, if you got a benefit match, you had to pay all the expenses and then take the profit. And there was no profit, so he actually ended up at the end of his benefit season with a loss, which was a little sad.
So that's the he's had 1 century, Ben Raine, 103 against Worcestershire. This is the start of a new over from Oran, played by Siddle down to long on for 1. And he's had 18 50s now, including this one. He got 50 not out against Yorkshire and 71 against Worcestershire last year. 82 against Northampton 2019. He's had a 93 against Warwickshire this year on that flat track at Edgbaston a few weeks ago. He's on strike now and plays that ball back to the bowler. So he got there in 95 balls, 4 fours and a 6.
He needs to crack that conversion rate then, really. Start converting some to hundreds, doesn't he?
6th player in the match to get to at least 50. That's cut nicely by Raine off towards deep point for 1. Next ball from Siddle goes off to the leg side, just near square leg. And they're playing about 4 strips in and the ball didn't actually make it off the square there. Sorry, to the offside. He sweeps at this one and he's out. He's caught at backward square leg, and Durham are all out for 432 and trail by 71. So Oran picks up another wicket there.
Yeah, 4.
Siddle's out for 2.
So, Oran's not quite kept up with his extraordinary strike rate in this match, but he's not far short of it now with those 4 wickets. So
he was caught by substitute Turner. I was wondering who that young lad was.
John Turner, taking over from Toby Albert, who was doing the job yesterday. And so Liam Dawson remains in 3rd place behind Harry Baldwin and Stuart Boys, having bowled 66 overs, 5 for 184.
So they added 10 for that final wicket.
Yeah, that was poor. What happened to the 50 partnership? I don't know what that applause is. Oh, is it just... It might be for Liam, I suppose.
Well, Liam Dawson took 5 for it, didn't he? So
it was almost
he's bowled
riotous.
5 overs. Sorry, 5 wickets for 184, 66 overs.
Yeah.
Wow. Ten of them were made, and Oran has bowled 42.5 overs, and he's taken 4 for 101. And there were 8 maidens. Let's see what his best figures were previously.
Oran, oh, he's had a 5 for, yeah.
6 for 67 against Lancashire last year at
right.
Southport. Formerly a Durham University student as well.
Ah.
So we'll have a little bit of a break there, just for a few minutes, and then Hampshire will be coming out in around 10 minutes' time to start their second innings, and with a lead of 71. So if everything goes to plan, they bat until 10 to 5 and everybody shakes hands.
Right, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl for the second time this morning, because the Durham innings came to an end after half an hour's play. They resumed this morning on 410 for 8 in their first innings. They were bowled out for 432, which means on the first innings Hampshire have a lead of 71. Callum Parkinson was bowled by the off-spinner Felix Organ for 18. Having only added 3 to his overnight total. Peter Siddle was the last man out, tried to sweep Organ, caught round the corner by the substitute fielder John Turner. He was out for 2, and Felix Organ finished with 4 for 101 from 42.5 overs, and Liam Dawson didn't add to his 5 wickets. He finished with 5 for 184 off 66 overs. I don't think you bowled 66 overs in a season, Yoz.
Actually, I was looking back at some figures the other day. I did actually bowl 34 overs in a day at Headingley once, yeah.
Ooh.
But not 66. 34 overs in a day at Headingley because it was near the end of the season and all the other bowlers had gone bust. So I was sort of holding the fort at one end. And as my podcasting colleague Simon Mann said at the time, the batsman must have really enjoyed that, me bowling 34 overs. But 66 is a fantastic effort. It's sort of almost like the famous story of the old West Indies spin pair, Ramadin and Valentine. I think they bowled 80 overs in a... And actually, talking of other great spin partnerships of the past, Jim Laker and Tony Locke, in that famous test match in 1956, when Jim Laker took 19 wickets and Tony Locke took 1, and everyone thought, Laker must have bowled all the overs, but actually Tony Locke, I think, bowled more overs and only got his 1, and Jim Laker got 19. In the second innings of that test, there was like 56 overs each or something.
Here's Pot Centre gets proceedings underway in the second innings as he's bowling to Ali Orr, the century maker in the first innings, and he immediately works into mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, Kevin James and Simon Hughes, the analyst, with you for this first period of play. Finally, we're into the second innings on day 4.
And I guess it's now exercising the minds of the players, if it hasn't before, how they're going to get a result out of this. With a best part of 2 and a bit sessions left, it's tough, isn't it? I was thinking, in our day, I hate that phrase, but 20 years ago, even more, how would we have got a result out of this on this flat pitch? There would have been some collusion or something. They're looking at the ball after one ball, by the way, here. After one delivery, they're examining the ball.
This is unreal. You've not seen this before. You cannot believe this. They are seriously looking at the ball, the umpires. One ball? Who chose the ball?
Well, yeah, good question. Well, Potts bowled it. It probably was either him or the other opening bowler, Ben Raine. It must have taken a chunk out of it or something. I mean, they are literally going to change it after one. It's gone out of shape, or it's being damaged in some way. That's extraordinary. I mean, it's like the... do you remember, again, we're going a long way back here, Dennis Lilly bringing out that aluminium bat in a test match against England, actually, and Mike really complained about it. It was making dents in the ball. I wonder if that's happened today.
Isn't that incredible? Because it's literally... So somebody's picked the ball out of the box, so it obviously looked fine. It's hit the pitch once, it's hit the bat once,
yeah,
and that's all that's happened to it.
Unless, it couldn't be the only... I mean, this is a mad idea, but the fielder fielded it.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have got sun cream on it, I suppose, or blood or something, I don't know. I mean, these are slightly far-fetched ideas, but the umpire's gone running off. This is a classic example, isn't it, of cricket creating amazing delays for any particular ludicrous reason. One ball has been bowled and the umpire's disappeared back into the umpire's room to find some kind of replacement, or...
Well, it'd have to be a new ball, wouldn't it?
It would have to be a new ball. But that one umpire is crouching down at the far end there, looking at in a box. I don't quite understand what the delay. Why can't they just pick up another ball?
Well, surely there's not a brand new ball in the box. I mean, at what point, even in this day and age where balls are being changed regularly, at what point would you carry a brand new ball in a box of balls?
Well, you would, because there has to be... You offer 6 new balls in a box to the team that are fielding to choose the ball they want to use. So there should be a box of 6 new balls with one space left, because they've taken one out. But what he's looking in there, I mean, obviously what you're not going to have is a ball which has had one ball bowled with it as a spare, are you? No, it's extraordinary.
Just when you think.
Anyway, I mean, I suppose while we were talking about, while there's this delay, how did we create opportunities for results in situations like this in yesteryear? Well, there was collusion, wasn't there, between captains, and one captain would say to the other, right, we'll give you 230 runs between now and 2:30, 3 o'clock, bowl a few joke bowlers, give them easy runs, sort of 10 and over, and then set the other team 300 to win in 50 overs. That would be the way. And actually, I liked it because, on a flat pitch like this where you can't bowl a team out legitimately, it makes an interesting last afternoon. Both teams can win. You can bowl a team out in 50 overs if they're being aggressive. It makes it more interesting, obviously, for the spectators, and it means that 3 or 4 days of hard work has the potential to produce a reward. Even if you lose it, you feel like you've been part of something sort of productive. Anyway, it doesn't happen in this day and age, that kind of thing, does it?
No, and I think the crowd today is reflecting that.
You see, there might be quite a lot of people, people watch, 30 or 40,000 people watch on the streams, even on a day like this. On a Monday, they'll have it on in their office or whatever, so there are more people watching and paying interest than you think, just from the crowd itself.
Right, second ball with a second new ball. Incredible. Here's Potts round the wicket then from the pavilion end, and Orr gets a thickish outside edge there as it works its way behind square down towards the third boundary. Is it going to win the race? It does. The ball. Have a look at that ball. Is it going to get changed?
It's just cannoned into the fence.
Yes, it is.
And they've both left it. Look, both the fielders thought the other one was going to pick it up, and it's stuck in the gutter, but it is okay this time.
So 4 runs off the second ball, quite literally.
It was a good delivery, actually. That wasn't
lead by 75. Sorry.
Potts hasn't taken a wicket in this game, I don't think, so far either, has he? So
no, he hasn't.
He'll be, and his average in the season not particularly
60, over 60.
Yeah.
And yet he's one of those being touted as replacing Jimmy Anderson when he has his one test. Potts, and off the back foot there is Orr, pushes that out into the covers. What do you make of all that story that came out a couple of days ago about Jimmy Anderson? And he's going to get a farewell test, isn't he?
Well, I thought that I think it's the right thing to do, personally. I think that his average, wicket-taking average over the last year or two has been quite high. He struggled last summer in the Ashes, and I think it is right to move on the way England are playing, and to give him one farewell test was also a good suggestion.
So, outside of off stump. So I missed that ball, actually. I was looking the other way.
He played and missed. I mean, it's obviously the way that it was phrased to Anderson is, we want to move on. We obviously appreciate what you've done, but we do want to move on. We'll give you the summer. And he quite rightly thought, well, that's a good decision. I'll have my farewell test, but they need time to build a new attack.
Yeah. Quite what that attack will look like. Maybe this man, as Potts comes in or pushes that back to the bowler. Do you think this guy's up to it, Potts?
Not at the moment, actually. I mean, well, he's a good bowler if there's something in the pitch. And I think he's definitely improved his pace. He's increased his pace since a year or two. But I still don't think he does quite enough with the ball. He's not deceptive enough for Test cricket. But he's on the edge. He's certainly on the verge. He's very good.
Around the wicket again to Orr. Bounced a little bit. He's bounced just short of second slip. Or first slip it might have been, actually. End of the over. 4 without loss. Yes, he's first in his bowling figures, Matthew Potts. 24 overs, none for 90.
I mean, he's got a fantastic attitude. He keeps going. He's really enthusiastic. He's sort of passionate. You can tell he just wants to bowl. He's a really willing sort of workhorse, isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't sort of studied his bowling enough depth, but from sort of a distance, I think he needs a bit more of. He needs something else, either a really good bouncer or some kind of. Maybe he needs to move around the crease a bit more or something. I don't know, but I just think he's a bit too straightforward. You know how some bowlers, you face some bowlers and they're really deceptive and you can't. Wasim Akram was obviously a classic example. Where the hell was the arm coming from? You never know. Yeah. Bumrah, is another one. Some bowlers you can see the ball out of their hand very clearly, and I reckon he might be one of those. So you need a bit extra as a result. I mean, Anderson was so brilliant, is so brilliant because of his release just beyond the perpendicular, which makes the ball look as if it's coming into the right-hander, and then he makes it swing late away. So it looks like we've got spin from the opposite end to the opening bowler, Liam Dawson. It's Callum Parkinson, who took an early wicket in the first innings, who's bowled that ball to Fletcher Middleton. In fact, he got Middleton out, didn't he? Clean bowled with a ball that really turned, and everyone was quite excited about it because it looked like the pitch was going to spin, but it hasn't done ever since. That second one was a bit of a loose shot from Middleton, actually, but he's got 4 for it, sliced it through backward point. He was looking to try and drive that square on the offside and got a thick edge, but he's picked up 4. It was certainly an aggressive shot, not that much in control particularly.
Got 18 in the first innings, Fletcher Middleton. I think having watched what's happened in the last 3 days, he probably feels he's missed out.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's Callum Parkinson bowling with a swart leg and a slip, left arm spin round the wicket, bowls, good delivery, defended by Middleton. So I guess in Hampshire's mind will be initially get to lunch without too many alarms. Bowls again, this time it's turned into the leg side. Don't want to put your middle order under pressure early on, I suppose, with a lead of only 70 or something.
I'm not sure Nick Gubbins will be doing too much batting today. I don't know if you know, but he had a baby girl.
I heard, yes, I heard you say. Otterly, nice, lovely. Ooh. Good delivery from Parkinson there, induced the drive and the play and miss from Middleton as he tried to drive. Nicely taken by Robinson, actually. That was a nicely flighted ball. Just inviting that shot, and then seemed to grip and turn a bit. Parkinson is not necessarily blessed with the best control, but he does make the odd ball spin. So he's now bringing in a second slip, which is a sensible idea, actually. So short leg is being moved to short fine leg, and 2 slips now. As he bowls again, a little bit short and hit into the offside by Middleton. End of the second over, so Hampshire 8 for none in their second innings, having bowled Durham out for 4-3-2. So what was that, a lead of 71, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I don't know, I mean, big fan of Anderson, presumably?
Oh, massively.
Yeah.
I mean, well, you were a much better bowler than I was, but I mean, for 2 bowlers that bowled seam, what he did with the ball consistently is not easy to do.
No.
I mean, that's almost unique, what he did.
His fingertip control of swing was, or is incredible. He says, actually, that he got a lot of his skill from Mike Watkinson, who taught him how to swing the ball.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, a bit of both, Mike Watkinson, did he? Swing and seam. Oh, he's been. No, he hasn't. He's edged through to the keeper, and there's Potts' first wicket. He celebrated that a bit over the top. My word. I think he enjoyed that one. Or the first innings century maker goes for 4, caught behind by Ollie Robinson, and Hampshire have lost their first wicket in their second innings with the score on 8.
It was a good ball as well. It just bounced a bit, I think, on Orr, who jerkily fenced at it from round the wicket. Potts, as I said, his pace is good, actually, and maybe just left him a fraction off the pitch, or afterwards shadow batting that he should have left that. It was a good ball, actually. It was a sort of Stuart Broad type delivery from round the wicket to the left-hander, and it's something that I know when Potts first came into the England side, he looked a little bit less able against left-handers, and he didn't look as if he was someone who was used to bowling round the wicket to left-handers very much, but he's clearly improved that on that evidence. That was a good delivery. I think, talking about the prospects for the match, Kev, I mean, really, the only team you feel can win is Durham. If they cause some alarms here, they've taken an early wicket, if they take 2 or 3 more and try and bowl Hampshire out for 150 or even 200, I suppose, they could force a victory.
Definitely. I mean, Hampshire have to bat till after tea, really, don't they, to make sure they're okay. And then by then, the rain's probably coming in, so they'll probably get some help there. And then, of course, the rain actually has helped them a little bit on the last day, in the last couple of home games here as well. Whether or not they would have... I don't think they would have lost the game, because both those wickets weren't great either, in terms of bowlers being on top. But even so, a little bit of rain helps, and it might also help them here as well. Now the new batter is Felix Organ, so he's gone. I think he was about number 7 or 8 in the first innings, and because there is no Nick Gubbins, is up the order to number 3. In fact, in the first innings, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He batted 8 in the first innings, Felix Organ.
He's an opener though, isn't he?
Has been. Yeah, he's done it on a regular basis here, so it's not an area that's unfamiliar to him. But yes, he does go up and down that order.
So no Gubbins today then, basically?
No, I sort of heard a bit last night, third hand, that he probably wouldn't be around much today, if at all. Here's Potts then bowls to Organ. Whoa, there's a bit of extra pace and bounce off the pitch there. Good decision to leave by Organ. I think he'd have played at that one.
It was a good decision to leave. He left it on length, I think, there. And luckily it bounced quite amply. So what would be the story with Gubbins? Could he come in bat later if he wasn't here? Can he come in later on if they suddenly need to sort of send out an SOS? We're 5 down. Can you come and... Can you leave your new baby just for a couple of hours, please?
Can you put that bottle down? As it keeps a little low this time, but Organ's in behind that one.
But surely if he's been off the field, he can't bat for a certain length of time anyway. I don't know.
Well, I think if you took the rules to its letter, that's true, but is that exceptional circumstances? I don't know. I'm the last person to ask on rules, Loza.
Oh.
I'm terrible.
Okay.
I have 1 or 2 people that listen on a regular basis, and I know one of them's listening at the moment that might know those rules better than me, and they will know how to get in touch. It's outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Potts looks a little fired up here.
I reckon there's some Durham supporters down below us as well, in the sort of vicinity of the hotel, because there's a lot of sort of groans and excited exclamations. There's a sort of little coterie of Durham fans who come all the way down to watch this game. Or maybe they're locals.
Have they said hello to you? Remember you from the 90s?
Not yet.
There's a fast bowler from the 90s.
Wasn't too fast.
It's Potts. Organ's forward. It's gone out square on the offside. Good stuff here from Matthew Potts. He's definitely got the tail between his legs. Well, no, that's the one phrase. He's definitely got his tail up.
Gander up.
Gander up, that's the word. Phrase. 8 for 1 here. Conditions completely different what we've had over the first 3 days. We've got full cloud cover, although at the moment it's still high. A promise of rain from around about 4 o'clock this afternoon. It feels it. It feels as though it's not too far away.
Slipfielders have got their hands in their pockets, which is a sign that it's not a very comfortable day out there.
Feels a little chilly on the camera gantry as Potts comes in again outside the off stump, and Organ leaves alone, and that's the end of the over. Hampshire then 8 for 1 in their second innings. They lead by 79. Simon Hughes will continue, and then alongside him will be Hampshire's honorary archivist Dave Allen.
It's pretty calmly left alone, that ball from Felix Organ. Actually, he played that over really well, given to being suddenly forced into coming in at number 3 slightly unexpectedly. I know he's a top order player, but he handled that over well. It was an aggressive, penetrative over, and he left alone a couple, played well. So yeah, it was good. Hello, David. You all right?
Thank you, Simon. Yeah.
So
Fine.
Callum Parkinson to bowl from our end. He bowls to Middleton, who steers into the offside, and a slight hesitation before setting off for a single. Felix Organ answered his call, so Middleton on to 5, and Hampshire now 9 for 1. And the field is still quite defensive, really, given the situation. Just 2 slips to Parkinson as Organ forces that up to mid-on. And it's fielded there by Ben Raine, 44, I think it is, who would have expected maybe to open the bowling. But at the moment it's the left-arm spinner bowling with the new ball. Parkinson bowls again, and tossed up, forced back by Organ, but straight back to the bowler. Quite a positive drive there. Lots of encouragement for Parkinson, who took some wickets in the first innings, but they were quite expensive. He did tend to bowl a 4-ball every over. Hampshire 9 for 1 in their second innings. Ali already out. That's tossed up by Parkinson, but over pitched, driven back by Organ, straight to the bowler again. So 503 in their first innings, Hampshire 9 for 1 in their second. Durham just bowled out for 432 about 20 minutes ago. Another good delivery this time from Parkinson, and Organ is well forward defending. I'd bring in a silly point here, I think, just for a couple of overs, just to put a bit more pressure on the batsman. There's only 2 slips, nobody else catching. And again, that's a good delivery and a big appeal from Parkinson there. And it nearly, I think, ricocheted from pad onto stumps. But in the end, the batsman got away with it. Let's have a look at the replay here. And it sort of crept between bat and pad, and sort of didn't seem to, I couldn't see where it ended up, David, actually. It was somewhere sort of around the leg stump, I think the ball ended up, but that was a good end to the over anyway.
He's bowling quite nicely, isn't it? I mean, it seems to me there are 2 or 3 explanations for why they've opened with Parkinson. One is that clearly the spinners have done quite a lot of work and been quite effective. Another is that they think maybe he's got the sign over Middleton, who certainly struggled in that first over. I suppose I also wondered whether Durham think nothing's going to come out of the day, and it would be good for Parkinson to get a lot of overs under his belt at this stage of the season. But he's bowling very nicely.
He gets a good loop on it, doesn't he? Anyway, it's Potts from the far end bowling, and he's bowled him. That's got through, and Potts is excited there. That's got through Middleton's defence. I think it was probably a bottom edge. Good length ball. He was a bit slow getting forward, and it just sneaked in and cannoned into the middle stump. So that change of ball after 1 ball of this innings has certainly worked for Matthew Potts. Yeah, he was a bit slow getting forward, and it looks like he dragged that on to his middle stump. If we just have a look at the replay here again, I think he was a little bit slow getting forward there.
Yeah.
And it just sneaked through. So good delivery, good work by Potts, and suddenly Durham sensing an opportunity here, if nothing else. 9 for 2 Hampshire in their second innings.
I mean, the thing that occurs to me about the question of Gubbins is that I guess he could certainly receive a phone call and turn up to bat. And
would he be allowed to bat? I suppose he would.
After 5,
Yeah,
I'm
after
sure,
5,
yeah. And I think if Hampshire go into lunch 45 for 4, they're going to be a little anxious.
Yes.
If it doesn't rain today, if there's still more than 80 overs left in the game. If they were just to be rolled over in one of those crazy, I can't imagine why that would happen, but Durham do seem quite fired up for this. So.
Well, and the thing is, with a couple of bowlers with England credentials, fast bowlers, they've got the firepower. Yes. I mean, the pitch is still pretty easy paced, but you think if they can get Vince out, I mean, it's a pretty good middle order, Hampshire, isn't it? But I mean, I think Tom Press is a very good player, actually, and obviously Liam Dawson's had a good couple of years as well. But if they get Vince out, they might just think, hello, there's an opportunity here without Gubbins in that top order.
Absolutely. Now the umpire left the field again. I'm not sure what what was happening there? He's not
Yeah.
changed the ball again, surely. I don't think so.
I don't think so, because somebody is polishing the ball
Yeah.
for Potts.
Oh, yeah,
mid-off,
yeah.
So
Yeah,
he may have just gone off for
Yeah.
a toilet break.
Yeah, he
perhaps, or
might have
something.
done. I didn't see how far he went, actually. Yeah, so that could be right. I thought he came back with something in his hand, but I don't think he has. So.
So the new batsman, as I said, is James Vince, who made 40 odd in the first innings and looked very disgruntled actually to get out when he did. He was looking good fettle, and he just got a top edge to a ball from Parkinson, which really probably should have hit for 4.
He's been looking good all season,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
not
just-
actually getting the big score yet.
Yeah, so here's Potts to Vince, who bowls, and that's an excellent delivery and very well played actually by Vince. Just shuffles across. He always looks like he's got loads of time, and he played that ball well. It was just that area from Potts that Vince probably is vulnerable to, that sort of 4th, 5th stump line, where he sometimes can have a little sort of lazy flirt at it, but he actually got right behind that. So 9 for 2 is the Hampshire score in their second innings, still leading by just 80 runs. Durham earlier bowled out for 432. Here comes Potts again, galloping to the pitch, and a good delivery on off stump, just on a length. Vince calmly defends it, doesn't move his feet very much, but the bat came through beautifully straight.
He made 56 in the first innings of the season against Lancashire.
That's his
but,
best, is it?
But that's his best since then.
Yeah.
41 in the first innings here is
Yeah.
his next best. So
Yeah.
he's only made 150 so far. So
Yeah, he's feeling like he owes the county a few runs. This would be a good day to deliver them. Potts bowls to him again, and this time it's easily defended on about middle and leg stumps into the mid-wicket area.
I won't be surprised to see the lights come on, Simon. It's not beautiful light out there, is it?
I felt a sort of mizzle earlier,
Yeah.
which is hovering around a bit, isn't it? It's not a very nice day generally.
No, it's
I
not.
saw the golfers over to our left, kind of looking fairly well shrouded in
Yeah.
sort of cagoules and things like that.
Yeah.
Sort of expecting a bit of rain later. Potts again bowls from the far end, just a fraction short of a length. Vince has plenty of time to just defend that back up the pitch. He goes for his familiar stroll away to square leg for a little bit of sort of time out, just thinking about nothing probably, trying to shut out any pressure there may be. He never looks like a guy who feels pressure actually. He always looks very calm.
He's a very phlegmatic man. Yeah. He doesn't give himself to great emotion either way, really.
Potts bowls to him again and turns it into the leg side, and they
Ooh.
think about a single, but wisely they decide against it in the end. That was quite a smart bit of work at mid-wicket by possibly Beddingham. And check actually while you chat with us. 9 for 2 is the Hampshire score.
Well, we've had 4 wickets in the first hour and 5 minutes this morning. If you consider that on the first 3 days 18 wickets fell, and an average of 2 wickets a session, and that included 2 run-outs, one of which was daft. So averaging 2 wickets a session, but in this session, and we're only just beyond halfway, I know that 2 of them were tail end wickets, but nonetheless 4 wickets so far. So something is happening.
So who's taking guard now?
This is Organ.
Change captain.
Ball changed again after the middle of the wicket.
There is a thing
Right.
I greatly admire about Durham, and I guess you would know quite a bit about it, Simon, from your time there, which is the extent to which they produce their own cricketers.
Yeah.
And I read a story in the Cricket Statistician just recently about the last time Leicestershire played 11 Leicestershire-born players, which
Oh.
was in 1922.
Amazing. That is a good story. Here comes Parkinson, who bowls. Definitely not a Durham-born bowler. He bowls, and it's turned into the leg side by Organ. No run.
But what struck me was that, as the Hampshire historian, I can't find an occasion when we ever fielded 11
Right.
Hampshire-born
I mean,
cricketers.
it's quite rare to hear of an England player born in Hampshire, isn't it?
Oh, very rare. Yeah.
I mean, Vince was
Yeah.
one, I think, wasn't he?
Yes. No, not born in Hampshire though.
Not born in Hampshire.
Came through Hampshire ranks, but actually born in Sussex, but raised in Wiltshire. So,
what about Dawson? Dawson's Hampshire.
No, Wiltshire as well. No.
Wiltshire
So
as well, is
the
it?
truth is, in the 20th century, there was not a Hampshire-born England cricketer.
Here comes Parkinson again, driven into the offside rather loosely by Organ, but straight to cover along the ground.
We had a guy called A.J.L. Hill, an amateur, who played in 1896 in South Africa, and then you had to wait until Chris Tremlett and Sean Udall in the 21st century, except for limited overs.
What about, as we just watched by Parkinson bowl again and defended by Organ, about Phil Mead?
No, born in London.
Born in London?
Yeah, actually
Right.
on the Surrey staff very briefly, but they seemed not to fancy him, and he came down to Hampshire, which was
Okay.
rather generous of him, to be honest. Yeah. So, there've been quite a lot of it. There have been a couple of Hampshire-born England cricketers. Kenny Palmer was one, and
Right.
somebody else that I can't think of. Graham Roop. Yeah, he was born in Fareham. But didn't play for Hampshire. So, yeah, we went through the whole, unless you begin to look at limited overs as internationals,
Yeah.
in which case you've got Trevor Jesty, Sean Udall played in the 20th century, but
He
it's...
played tests, but that was in 2000.
Sean, that was in the
after
21st,
21st
yeah.
century. Right.
So we haven't done that great a job, really. We're not that much of a cricketing county in that way.
Now, even more attacking field this time, and a good delivery from Parkinson that time, forced the mistake partly from the City Point fielder there. The City Point fielder was brought in. Organ was a bit nervous about playing forward and played back to a ball he should have played forward to and was beaten. So Parkinson bowling again on a good roll here, and this time Organ is back and sort of glides it into the offside for a bit of fielding by a backward point, no run. So end of another quite tense over, I suppose, for Hampshire fans. 9 for 2 is the score. We're just talking about the number of Hampshire players, or the lack of test players. Hampshire born test players. There was a good article actually, I think it was in the Cricketer about this last month, about counties and how many of them have produced test cricketers or international cricketers over the last this century. And some like Glamorgan, Gloucester, I think, one or two others, Hampshire maybe, none basically in the last 20 years. Some, obviously Durham being a classic example, have produced about 10.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Yeah. And came from nowhere when you think that only 1992 that they were playing first class.
That's right. But they always had a good reservoir of talent, and as Potts bowls to Vince, who again calmly defends. I mean, I played. I was at university in Durham in the 80s, and they had good cricketers up there then. Who then progressed to other counties, like obviously Jeff Cook, for example, who came down and played for Northampton.
Oh, Colin Milburn was from
Durham
up that way.
originally.
Yeah, of course.
There were a few others actually, and I definitely think that they merited becoming a first-class county. They always were top of the minor counties table and producing these talented cricketers for other counties. Here comes Potts again, and Vince gets a nice position there and forces it to the offside for a couple of runs. That takes the score to 11 for 2 Hampshire in their second innings. And but when we started as a county, I say we, I played for Durham those first 2 years. When we started as a county, we felt this quick surge of interest in the area, and suddenly young players were coming through from everywhere. I mean, Paul Collingwood actually pushed the covers on for that first game played at the racecourse in Durham, the first Durham's first ever game as a first-class county.
Lovely.
Paul Collingwood was a 17-year-old pushing the covers on and off.
Great.
Turned into the leg side this time by Vince for a comfortable single down to fine leg.
Some years before that, I've got a vague memory, and we'd probably have to ask Martin if this is right, but I've got a vague memory that Durham had a historic victory against Yorkshire in Gillette Cup, NatWest or whatever. Was that right? 73? Yeah. I thought so. I thought they did. Yeah. Which,
I mean, they did produce some excellent. Martin can probably tell us more.
Yeah.
They did produce some excellent cricketers, even before they were a first-class
Yeah.
county, and since then they've produced so many fantastic players. And I know that their academy plays in the senior league in Durham, So that's a good way of it's a good finishing school
Yes.
for them, a hardening school for them. Good delivery from Potts.
Yeah.
There are groans of excitement from Slips and probably the Durham fans below, but Organ kept that one out.
Our academy who play over there, they similarly play in the top division down here in the Southern League, and we have produced some Hampshire-born players in recent years. Well, Fletcher Middleton, who has been on this morning, Toby Albert, who opened with him last season, looks very good. Chris Wood is in a testimonial this year. He's Hampshire-born. Jimmy Adams, of course. So there have been some.
Yeah.
But,
Potts bowls again. That's a good lead from
goodness.
Organ outside off stump. In fact, it is Organ facing.
Yeah.
That one, I think he must again have left on length. It nipped back a little bit from Potts. It was a good lead because it was on a good line, but the bounce just took it over the stumps. So it was a good decision to leave. I'm not sure I would be leaving too many of these because he's not really shaping the ball away. He's not threatening the outside edge. I reckon he's more likely to get people bowled or LBW.
Yeah.
So it's probably worth playing at most of these. Again, there he's looking to try and nip it back, and Organ played that well. End of the over, 12 for 2.
It's quite a challenge for Felix Organ because he started last year as first choice opening bat and just couldn't get a run to save his life. And in the end, when he came back, he dropped down the order and got a few. I mean, he started with 1-0-8-11.
This is last year.
38-1-0. That was last year, yeah, and then got dropped. So they hoped that he might make it as an opener. He seems to be. He's actually having a very good season with the second 11 this year. He's captaining them, and then he's getting runs. Batting at 3 probably, and
I suppose
and
they brought
taking
Ali Oran to
absolutely
fill that spot probably. So he would. I suppose Felix would have felt a little bit deflated by that.
Yeah.
By that signing.
And probably Toby Albert the same, because Toby Albert, they had a couple of decent partnerships at the end of last season, Albert and Middleton. But I mean the whole thing is not quite settled yet. But on the other hand.
So it's Parkinson to bowl again, this time to James Vince. The man is gone straight back to backward point. That one turned a bit. Vince left it alone, but it did grip. Field a bit more defensive to Vince, but still got the 2 slips. But a man back at deep cover, if he wants to look to play the square cut. He left that one alone as it was tossed away outside off stump.
A bit wide.
Maybe just thinking about, at the moment, just thinking about occupation. Parkinson bowls again short, and Vince just pokes that rather calmly into the offside gap. Almost playing with it. It looked like he was playing with a stump there. Actually. Just sort of pushed it almost nonchalantly out on the offside for an easy single.
Given his reputation as a stroke maker, Vince is actually quite good at digging in and batting long periods.
But he likes batting, clearly.
Yeah.
Now the man comes in at silly point to Organ as Parkinson bowls again, and Organ is back and defending. It certainly is turning a bit, but the batsmen have got time to respond, react to it.
That's the thing, it's been slow, hasn't it? I mean, there were only about 270 runs scored all day yesterday, so it's a slow pitch.
Parkinson bowls again, a little bit fuller. Organ thinks about trying to work that onto the leg side. There's only 2 men on the leg side, and you're trying to find the gap between those 2 fielders, but the ball came off a thickish edge back to the bowler. 13 for 2 Hampshire. Last ball of Parkinson's 4th over, bowling to Felix Organ, tossed up and defended. 2 full there from Parkinson that time, and dug out by Organ. End of the over, 13 for 2 Hampshire, lead by 74, is it? No, 84. Lead by 84, and that's the end of me.
For now.
Back with you, Kev.
Thank you very much, Simon Hughes. Great to have you back. The analyst never loses it. Back this afternoon, or are you? Yeah. Well, I'll text you a time. Myself, Kevin James, and Martin Emerson with you for this next period of play. 2 quick wickets this morning. Callum Parkinson and Peter Siddle ended the Durham innings on 432. Hampshire had a lead of 71. And then 2 quick wickets at the top of their order. Both openers back in the pavilion. Ali Ord 4, Fletcher Middleton 5. Both wickets to Matthew Potts, his first 2 wickets of the match. And even though Hampshire are 84 in front, you do feel like they're they're in a bit of a tricky situation here.
Never saw any of this coming.
No, didn't. 4 wickets. And
Is this the right ground? Are we at the right? Is this still the same match?
Feels different, doesn't it? Here's Potts from the pavilion end and bowls. Vince is in behind that, pushes that up to mid-off, and there's no run.
There's a lot of spittiness in the air. It's blowing in here as well.
Yeah.
Hands are a bit chilly today. I might put my gloves on in a minute.
It's completely different, isn't it? I think it was warmer in Durham, first game of the season, that we didn't play.
It's quite nice up home today, apparently. Just been listening to the weather forecast. There's been overnight rain, but it's a little bit cooler than the weekend, but a decent 18, they say. Of course, cooler on the coast with sea breezes, which is one of the hazards of living on the Riviera.
Potts bowls, and Vince turns that away. Square on the leg side. Will come back for 2. No, he won't. Won't risk a second, not in this situation. 14 for 2. Got an email here, mainly for you actually, Martin, from Peter Davies, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good morning to you all up there. Thank you for the great coverage that you've provided for the game and throughout the summer coming. And also the real-time ground commentary, which you can pick up on his radio. That's Peter. I think we have John Turner covering for Nick Gubbins. Yes, we have, because he's already taken a catch. If you get the chance, it's a bit of an open-ended conversation. Would be good to hear from Martin, as that keeps a little low, as that's flicked on the leg side by Felix Organ this time, around Durham obtaining a Tier 1 women's team for the next few years, including any background around their successful bid. What are the hopes, expectations for the development of the women's cricket in the North East going forward with a Tier 1 side, etc, etc. And has there been any discussions with BBC Radio Newcastle as to whether they expect, like BBC Radio Solent, to provide ball-by-ball cover of the women's Tier 1 games going forward? There you go. There's a bit of a couple of topics for you. That's turned to short mid-wicket, no run. There you go, all yours. Thank you. As is from Di Davis, who signed, it's Peter Davis, but he signed it Di Davis.
In terms of commentary, I have no idea what the plan will be. There's not even any fixtures or anything yet, is there? It starts next year, doesn't it? In terms of the team, I mean, there used to be a team based in Durham, and then they sort of moved en masse down to Yorkshire a few years ago now, back in the days when Danielle Hazel was playing.
There's Potts from the pavilion end, running in. Organ's forward, it's gone out to extra cover.
One of the things they have been doing in Durham with an eye on this in recent years, there was a fundraiser a few years ago. They've developed a lovely nursery ground out the back of the indoor school. So you've got the media centre, the indoor school, there's an athletics track, and then beyond the athletics track down towards the river, they've developed a nursery ground there and a new set of nets. So I think that was all part of the plan, looking ahead to be able to accommodate more teams and whatnot. So that's coming along.
Potts again. Morgan again is pushing it out into the covers. End of the over. Potts has 2 for 8 from 5, and Hampshire are 14 for 2 in their second innings, lead by 85.
So that, I mean, it's not just something that's come along overnight is the answer, really. It'll be interesting to see how it all develops. It's a new era, isn't it? It's dawning.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I think more will become apparent over the next few months. It felt like the whole bidding process itself was a bit rushed, and then the announcement. So I think teams are still getting to grips with the consequences of what's going to happen now over the
I mean, they have had
7 or 8 months.
They have had for a few years now the Durham pathway for girls, because my 2 oldest daughters were in it a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. I think they were called in a little bit ahead of their time. I don't think they were ready for it, really. And at the end of one winter of training sessions, they didn't get the invite back. It's Parkinson bowls here. This has gone off towards point. The following year there was another email came round where they'd like to go back again, but they didn't want to, so I wasn't going to force them into it. But there's it's a growing area in the northeast, certainly. This is defended by Vince off Parkinson. I think one of the issues at the local club level is just getting access to grounds and pitches and finding the time, because there's so many kids teams now. When I started playing in the 80s, there was an under-13s and an under-18s, but there's... Vince turns this to mid-wicket to Borthwick, no run there. I mean, I think there's an under-10s now, under 11s, under 13s, under 15s. There's lots and lots of sides now, and everybody's squeezed for time and the ability to get on the field. Parkinson left arm round, and that's a really late cut there from Vince, and it squirts along the floor and goes for 4 down to third man. It's 2 slips in place, but it was well wide of them.
I think it's quite exciting, actually. What's going to happen next year? I think the regional tournament, which finishes this year, or the regional teams, I think it's a shame, but they've certainly brought the women's game on at the highest level in this country. Time for a different era.
Parkinson again, Vince forward defends this. I mean, if all of the matches are to be covered in the same way the men's county championship games and T20 and cups are, then we're going to need a lot more people, aren't we?
Well, yeah, I mean, but the fact is the regional setup isn't covered like that.
Yeah,
is it? There's 1 or 2 stations doing it.
Yeah. Next ball is bowled, and this goes off to short mid-wicket, no run there. The sun's actually trying to poke through now.
Actually, it's not the best part of the day. Yeah, I know. BBC Radio Leeds have done a few Northern Diamonds games in the last season a bit. We at Solent have covered the Vipers since the start of the regional tournament in 2020, and it's only in the last season or so that we actually haven't covered every single game home and away, because it's getting a little tricky because there's too many clashes and there's more fixtures than there was 2 years ago. But we cover most of them. So, but I don't know what we as a station or the BBC has planned. I don't think even they know at the moment until they see the fixture list, until they see what's going on.
I've been at the BBC 26 years, and to honestly know what's going to be happening this time next year is a bit ambitious.
We never know with the men's competition, let alone...
well, yeah, true.
So there are a lot of things to happen between now and the 1st of April next year. So
1st of April?
Well, 5th of April or whatever it'll be. Yeah, it's virtually the same every year.
If it was the 5th this year, will it be the 4th next year or the 6th?
Good question. Is it a leap year next year?
It's this year, isn't
Can't be. Is it this year?
Yeah.
2024.
Yeah. Olympic year, isn't it?
Yeah. Bryden Carse into the attack at the top end. Good spell that from Matthew Potts. As Carse comes in, right arm over. It's down the leg side. He has a little flick at that, but misses as it's taken by Ollie Robinson. So Matthew Potts' spell, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 8. Got a bit of extra bounce and a bit of extra carry. You said the ball was changed again, wasn't it, after Fletcher Middleton's wicket?
Yeah, I had a message to say the ball was changed after the Middleton wicket, yeah.
So we've had 2 ball changes.
Yeah.
After the very first ball, and after the score was 9 for 2. Here's Cass in again. Organ on the back foot, pushes that out on the onside. Yeah, you're right about the sun. He's trying hard.
The earliest ball change I can remember was at the start of the season against Somerset a few years ago, maybe something like 2014-15. And in the first over, Mark Stoneman was batting at the Riverside and hit a 6 into the steps of the pavilion. And at the end of that first over of the season, the ball was changed, so it lasted 6 deliveries and obviously had a dent in it. I've never seen a ball changed after 1 delivery.
No, that is new. Oh, it's gone for the Yorker there, dug out by Organ. I got another email for you, actually, from Stephen Clark, who's high up in the stands. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says he's a bit lonely up here today. He says a lot of his compatriots have abandoned him. Where did Martin end up eating last night? Not tapas, because Antonio, in brackets, the owner, was himself eating elsewhere. I think that was the one you were mentioning yesterday afternoon that you thought you might go to. Did you not go?
I did have Tapas actually.
Ooh. Cast bowls. Ooh, gets a little big on Felix Organ there, and he just pushes that away, slightly in the air, but harmlessly in the end on the leg side.
I cannot for the life of me remember the name of the place that I went to. It was a big place on a corner near a church. But I will have something in my wallet to remind me of its name. No, that's not it, because that says Sainsbury's. I didn't eat in Sainsbury's.
Other supermarkets.
Vito Lounge it was called.
Vito
in Fareham.
You've certainly given the eating places in Fareham a crack, haven't you, this week? Here's Cass. That's flicked away, fine by Felix Organ, and incredibly, that is his first scoring shot of the 31st ball that he has faced. He can do this, Organ, at times. He does sort of just drop the bat, and he can stay on the same score for a very long time. Yeah, drops anchor. That was the word.
Yes.
22 for 2. Stephen also says, did you happen to notice what the final over rate was at the end of the Durham innings?
It was
plus 11.
11, wasn't it? Yeah.
We did. Which is incredible. We thought it was, when it was plus 6, it was incredible. It went up to plus 9. We thought it was unbelievable.
They've
Plus 11.
They've got half of a 2020 match there. Gone spare.
Can you imagine that?
Half a 2020 innings.
Can you imagine an over rate of plus 11 in a 2020 game? It'd be all over before it started. You wouldn't get that in the IPL. Minus 11 perhaps. Here's Cass again then. To Organ. There's a short leg in now. There's a bouncer. That's the end of the over. He's a wholehearted bowler. Here's Bryden Cass. His first over, going for just the 4 runs. So the lead for Hampshire now is 93, and we are about 25 minutes away from lunch on the final day. Don't let this weather fool you, those of you that are here, because the rain is coming a little later. .74 overs left in the day's play. Don't think we'll get. There'll be a fair chunk of that we won't get in, if the forecast is to be believed. Oh, there's somebody singing your praises here on the emails. I'll come to that at the end of the over. It's a rare email.
All these emails that have come in.
That is a rare email.
Here's Parkinson bowling to Vince from the hotel end. That's played up to mid-off. Comes in and bowls again. Left arm round. That pops up a little bit and comes off the splice of the bat and is played off towards point no run.
He's found a little bit more bowling from this end than the Hampshire spinners, hasn't he? Finding from traditionally round the wicket.
Comes in again. Edged. Oh, didn't quite carry the first slip. Second slip, sorry. Bounced just in front of him.
That turned. So that's exactly the right areas there. He's going to pick up wickets if he keeps it there, Callum Parkinson.
Next ball is bowled and defended. Stephen Holmes in New Bottle says bright sunshine and warm in New Bottle. Got washing on the line. Thanks for the commentary. Wonders how he can stop it cutting out on his Android phone every few minutes. I would maybe load it back in again, refresh it, turn it off, turn it on, tap the phone on your head.
It's nice that the guys up in the northeast are celebrating the sun being out.
Yeah. It's 2 days in a row now. It might be 3 actually. Bit of a delay going on here. Durham have brought in a silly point. Graham Clark's in there. They've got 2 slips. In comes Parkinson, and that is driven by Vince down to Siddle at mid-off for 1.
It's always a little risky coming down the wicket to a bowler that's turning it away from the outside edge. Vince got there in time on that occasion. I think he was banking the ball being pitched up there with a silly mid-off in.
Parkinson bowls again. That's played back to him along the floor, end of the over.
Right, this email, Alan Groves, solentcricket@gmail.com. Martin, following on from Martin's interesting conversation, it's another phrase you don't often hear, with you yesterday, referencing the 1934 FA Cup final. You're talking about the Smith brothers, weren't you? There was quite a few of them. And it was an amazing stat, he says, about all the Smith brothers becoming pro footballers. I checked the lineups and found a very interesting name in the Manchester City team, one Matt Busby.
Yeah.
Now, although I'm London-based, says Alan, I enjoyed listening to Martin's stories about the North East. No, I knew we'd find somebody somewhere that was enjoying them. As always, excellent work by you guys, says
Well,
Alan.
Dave's
Thank you.
been looking through those teams today, and there were two. There was it Billy Smith and Sep Smith played in the team? They were brothers. Cars bowls, and that's defended. There were brothers in the... So two of the brothers from Whitburn, they were played in that. Anyway, Portsmouth lost. Who were they playing?
Dave still hasn't got over it.
I forgot who they were playing. Cast bowls, and that's driven through the covers and is away for 4 from Vince. Who were they playing in the final again, Dave? In 1934?
Who else?
Yeah, who were Portsmouth v?
Manchester City.
Oh, Manchester City.
Yeah, just saying.
Yeah.
.98 the lead for Hampshire. It's coming quite handy, that 71 run lead, when you lose a couple of early wickets like that.
Cast to Vince from the pavilion end. Gone down the leg side, they're appealing. Well, 2 of them are. Cast joined in. There was nothing from the keeper, but first slip, Scott Borthwick started the appeal and Cast joined in.
Just watching that on the replay, difficult to tell there. It just looks like it might have pitched and just angled a little more down the leg side.
You can email wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk. That comes to me, or
solidifies@gmail.com.
solidifies@gmail.com. Cast bowls, and Vince gets him on top of that one. Dot ball. And it's at Marty Cricket on Twitter as well.
And that's Solent Sport. Stephen will keep us entertained up in the stands. I know he will, especially as he's always on his own.
Joe's not here with her feet on the chairs either. Cast balls to Vince. Vince plays this to mid-wicket. There's no run.
You were talking about the guy that had his commentary cutting out?
Yeah.
Liam Williamson, just as I go in a minute, Dave Allen will come back in. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, in response to the bloke who had a problem with the audio cutting out, I found the solution was to uninstall the BBC Sport app and use the BBC Sport website in your browser instead. Never cuts out, and you don't have to have your screen on the whole time. That's a help.
Yeah.
We're also on the live picture feed as well, going out on the Hampshire Cricket website and a free to download app.
Cast bowls to Vince, and again it's gone to mid-wicket. That's a dot ball. So 1-4 from the over, but the rest were all dots. Hampshire 27 for 2, lead Durham by 98 in this final day here. So it was half an hour into day 4 before Durham's first innings ended. The game going along at a pedestrian pace until that point. And then with a little bit of drizzle in the air, we seem to have gone through some kind of portal into a different universe. And in the first 5 overs of the Hampshire second innings, 2 wickets. Matty Pottscott all caught behind for 4 and bowled Middleton for 5. Dave back alongside.
Yeah, I'm here to talk about the cup finals of 1939 and 2008 with anybody who wants to. But I'm not talking about
Mastermind, is it?
Yeah, I'm not talking about 1934 anymore. Makes me unhappy. Actually, that was Pompey lost 2 cup finals in the 30s. They lost to Bolton and Manchester City, and then they stopped playing teams from Lancashire, and it got better.
There's a delay going on here.
There is a delay. Yeah.
Bryden Carse is down on the ground sorting out something with his shoes. And
oh, he's all right. I looked up that game
going on between Peter Siddle, Parkinson and Ben Raine.
I looked up that game, Martin, when Durham beat Yorkshire.
When Durham beat Yorkshire? Was it 73?
Yeah, it was 73 in the Gillette Cup.
Yeah. Oh, an attempted cut there off the back foot by Oran, and he's played and missed. It's gone into the
good bounce.
Keeper's gloves. He's got a bit of bounce from this end.
Yeah.
Callum Parkinson today.
Oh yeah.
Comes Parkinson again. Oran defends that one. Yeah, it was in Harrogate.
Yeah, that's right.
So Brian Lander was the Durham bowler, wasn't he?
Took 5 for 15. I think he was the captain.
Stevie Greensword.
Yeah, who played for Leicestershire. I remember him at Leicester.
Good local league pro. He played at our club Whitburn for a few seasons. Next ball was played by Oran to point. He was a good pro. Stevie did a lot of the Durham Senior League clubs back in the day.
But Yorkshire had at least 6 international players.
Yeah.
Boycott, Sharp, Hampshire, Hutton, Old and Bairstow.
Round the wicket comes Parkinson. Oran plays it to point. It's picked up by Lees. No run there.
And of course, Chris Old played for Yorkshire and lost. Alan Old played for Durham and won.
Yeah.
Brother. Rugby player, yeah?
I was about to say, were they the rugby players, yeah?
Yeah.
So 1973, and Sunderland won the FA Cup.
Oh, of course they did.
So, not a bad year, really.
And on that same evening, I saw Captain Beefheart and his magic band at Southampton.
Parkinson comes round the wicket. That's played off to point. No run.
I've always remembered that day because I was really pleased that Sunderland won. I didn't have any connection with Sunderland. I had a mate from Sunderland, but I didn't like Leeds, as most people didn't. And I always remembered that I went to Southampton University and saw Captain Beefheart that evening. And that was rather wonderful, actually.
Sunderland didn't actually get back to Sunderland for a few days because they had to go and finish. They had a game against Cardiff. In Cardiff on the Monday night, I think. Forward comes the batsman who defends this one end of the over. It's a maiden. It's gone just short on the leg side. Yeah, so when they eventually arrived back on Wearside, there were hundreds of thousands of people lining the sides of the dual carriageway from the A1 in Durham, I think it was, all the way through to the A19 and then all the way into the city centre. And there's pictures of people on the roofs of pubs and in trees and on bus stops and everything. Yeah.
It was a hugely popular FA Cup win. Nobody liked Leeds outside of Leeds, and
There's a story. I think they might have finished the season at home to QPR, and they had the cup on show on a table, and one of the QPR players for a bet kicked the ball in the warm-up at the cup and knocked it off the table. That led to a bit of friction, apparently.
Yeah, I can imagine it might have done. Yeah, I think that's a bit risky.
27-4-2, so the lead is 98, and Carse is going to bowl here to Vince, who's on 14 from 30 deliveries at the other end. Oran has 4. Carse right arm over from the pavilion end. Vince drives, it's gone up to Raine at mid-off, no run there.
In my club coaching days back in Portsmouth in the late 70s and 1980s, I coached a lad who went on to play, very good cricketer, but went on to play football for Portsmouth, and I'm sure he then went to Sunderland, which was Paul Hardiman.
Yeah,
he did, didn't he? Yeah.
Well, I think he ended up down in Bristol or somewhere like that.
Yes, I think he did. He was a super guy, really lovely.
Carson, that's coming hard, and that's got Vince right in the box area. That looks painful. That was a sharp delivery.
It's not quite laid him out, but
No,
it's got. Actually, he's having a
gloves are
rest.
coming off.
Yeah.
Better check everything's there. Chris Sharp says, I'm listening to you while I'm pairing up some new in-ear headphones purchased for the single purpose of listening to BBC Cricket.
Oh.
Stuart earlier said, back from the Canary Islands for the final day, bring back timeless matches. And Jay earlier was saying he'd got his scar shoes on and stuff like that. So he's gone for the Style Council look. He said he likes hearing you on the radio as well.
Very good. Very good. I've got a very good pal called Smiler Anderson, Paul Anderson, who is a sort of second generation mod, you know, the late 70s mod, and he's done all sorts of features on the mod scene in Portsmouth when I was around in the mid 60s. Written books, published books, and he's very into all that. Good mate. He's a good mate of Paul Weller's actually.
All right.
So very into all that stuff. Yeah.
Did you ever have a scooter?
No, I never had a scooter because I just didn't have the money. Because in the mod days, I was still at school.
All right.
So I didn't. But I did dress up properly, and I listened to a lot of Motown and soul and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Vince is ready to play on here and cast balls to him. That's gone off to point, no run there. We had a band at our wedding called the Gangsters of Ska. They were brilliant. And,
okay, that sounds good. Yeah.
One of my mates who was there, he liked them that much that he hired them for his 40th birthday a few years later and paid for the whole band to travel down to Preston to gig at his 40th birthday.
Great.
Put them up in a hotel in the town.
Right. I do remember in those mod days down in Pompey, we had a kind of quite famous club called the Birdcage, and I do remember Prince Buster actually did play there.
Wow.
Yeah, which was quite special.
Carson. Vince plays the ball up to mid-on this time. Nipped in late that delivery. Jay says he's also read the Fatty Batter books.
Oh, well done.
Mint.
Yeah.
I have to say that series totally escapes me.
I don't think I've ever read it, but I think they're just really about a kind of club cricketer, really, and they're quite amusing, as I remember. But and we just looked them up online, but couldn't find the front cover with Harry Baldwin on, which I think was the first edition, and then it was replaced.
Cast balls again, and this is played safely on the offside. Joe's been on. She says, sadly, no feet up for me today. I'm back at my desk, struggling with a new computer installation. Who organised that for a Monday?
Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that, Joe. Horrible things now. Never mind. You're not missing a really pleasurable day today here, I've got to say, Joe. If you were picking a day not to come, this might be one of them during the season. Not least because of the weather.
I just on Twitter a little bit earlier on, there's a feed called That's So Village, and it's about village cricket.
Oh, you showed me, didn't you? Yeah.
Here comes Cars again, bowls, and Vince plays that up to mid-on along the floor. Good over this from Cars. It's another maiden, really on the money there. So he's bowled 3 overs now, none for 8, and that was his first maiden. So the village Twitter, the Twitter feed, That's So Village, they've asked, what's the most village thing that happened in your match at the weekend? Some of the replies are just absolutely funny. One, there's a photograph here of a guy putting the whitener on the wicket using a spoon. Cartmel Cricket Club, which is over in the South Lakes, beautiful area that, Cartmel with the Abbey. They said they'd just finished their game when a load of cows turned up wanting a match. There's a picture of all these cows on the field. One team's using twigs for bales. Somebody says, not in my match, but in my division, 10 ducks. The side only needed 54 to win.
Goodness me.
And then he says, in my match, it was probably the opening bowler going for 17 from 3 overs, 16 of which were wides.
Otherwise quite tight.
Here's Parkinson to start a new over. And Oran plays the ball to point, the crowd in the bat again. Clarkson has a silly mid-off. 2 slips in there as well. No short leg though. No. Faye Anderton says, my 14-year-old got his first call up to the village seconds. He was bumped up to bat at 9, so he had to quickly finish off his monster munch. The village fete was in full swing next to the green, with the raffle winners being read out on the tannoy during the overs. This next ball is played to square leg and will be a single for Oran. So when I read that, I'm thinking, oh, he's out in the middle batting and he realises he's won the raffle, but it turns out no. Anyway, she says during his innings he hit the 6 and nearly took out a Morris dancer.
That sounds absolutely... It's the kind of experience in all my years of cricket down in Portsmouth. I've never had anything like that, really.
Parkinson in again, and that's a nice little paddle around the corner from Vince, and it's racing away down to long leg for 4, up towards the 4 end of the ground. It moves him on to 18. Hampshire on to 32 for 2. There's a good one here. David Elstins has tweeted That's So Village. White Coppers Cricket Club had just hit a 6. The ball went through the car park, through the grill of a car, and ended up inside it in the engine. That's a weird one.
Goodness me. I was just thinking about the cows, really. About 3 o'clock this afternoon, if wickets aren't tumbling, and they probably won't be, we could do with a herd of cows coming on, couldn't we, finishing the game off?
What's that, the hotel over there at Lyndhurst? There's something, the Barmer Lawn, is it?
Oh, I don't know.
They have cows in there.
Okay.
Parkinson bowls. This is played wide of Raine at mid-on, and he's chasing it up towards the boundary. Vince will get 2 here, I think. Raine stops the ball. Is he coming back for a 3rd? No, he's not. I think there's a hotel over Brockenhurst Way called the Barmer Lawn.
Right.
I think it is. And when we came down to cover the T20 finals day here in 2008, ended up staying over there because couldn't get anywhere around here because the Southampton boat show was on as well.
Oh, yeah.
And they had a cricket ground on the lawns of the hotel with a little fence on wheels to protect the square because there were cows roaming around. An attempted paddle and he's gone. That's carried. I'm sure that's carried. That was a great catch. It's second slip by Potts, but it's not being given. Why is that not being given?
Well, I've got to say
he looked to sweep it, and I thought it came off the back of the bat.
I think the appeal was not that convincing, to be honest. As soon as it was given, Parkinson just turned around and got on. So
wonder maybe if it didn't hit the bat and hit his part of his leg instead as he was looking to sweep.
Yeah, I couldn't see clearly enough, but that's my gut feeling. Going to do a little swap round, so I'm going to come off for just a moment here.
Parkinson bowls, turned to backward square this time by Vince, no run.
Thank you, Martin. That's the end of the over. I think we might squeeze 2 overs in, 5 minutes until lunch. I think Durham might be keen to get 2 overs in. The lead for Hampshire currently is 105. 34 for 2 with James Vince on 20 and Felix Organ playing one of those Felix Organ type of innings, Dave, where he just drops anchor. He has 5 from 41. And actually, when Hampshire lost those 2 early wickets and were 9 for 2, it's probably the ideal sort of innings they wanted, really. There's no real prospect of a result here, as some Hughes was saying earlier. The only winners really here are probably Durham. Here's Bryden Cast from the pavilion end. Organ's on the back foot, steers that out to point, and there's no run.
I don't want to put the hex on him, but I think it would be a very good experience for Felix, particularly batting up the order after his last year. Very good if he could just bat all afternoon now. Yes. If he gets runs, fine. If he doesn't, fine, because there will be nothing in the game unless Hampshire get rolled over very, very quickly, which, you know, with people like Dawson and Brown and Press to come, you'd not expect that to happen.
Cass, short. Organ ducks underneath. Fiona the scorer has been on. Were you talking about Ventnor? You two?
No.
Ventnor story re the sunroof?
No. I wasn't talking about.
Oh right. Well,
I don't know.
Or maybe you're talking about something about along those lines, sunroofs. And she says a batter hit a 6 from the sea end over high stone wall at the top of the bank through the sunroof of a passing car.
Oh, great.
Well,
got a Kevin James Ventnor story, of course.
Oh, the
in your benefit, yeah.
Cricket Max.
Yes.
Organ's forward to Cass. There Goes up towards mid-on. Yeah, what was it? It was those areas, wasn't it? If you hit the ball in certain areas, you scored a certain amount of runs.
It was to make you. It was like a version of the 100 or T20, and it was to make you play straight, wasn't it? So if you played straight through, the V between mid-on and mid-off, you got either double the score, or I can't quite remember. It was that famous game when a 9 or 10-year-old Danny Briggs played and took wickets and things.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
And
little did we know
that
he would go on.
That was funny. Yeah.
Lovely ground vent, huh?
Yeah.
Right by the sea. Cast bowls and forward is order.
I had a pal who was very, very heavily involved there, and he was a pal because we worked together. He was in education on the Isle of Wight, and I was doing in-service work from the university, and his name was John Hilson.
Yes.
He's a big opening batsman, big burly opening batsman, and his son, Ian, of course, came on the Hampshire staff at one point. Was a leg spinner, and I think it was around the time that Shane Warne was here, if I remember rightly. I think Ian captained Vintner for some years, and don't know about him now. But
here comes Cast again. Hits the deck and hits the bat hard as Morgan pushes that out into the covers.
I can remember through John, I can remember being involved in some sponsoring for a few years of their. I think they had an indoor school there. And of course, a number of decent cricketers came from the Isle of Wight, didn't they? And one or two still out there.
Mark Garraway.
Yeah, Mark
Who was the other guy?
David Griffiths was one.
Quick bowler. Here's Potts. There's another quick bowler. Always gone for the Yorker. Well dug out by Felix Organ. That's a good bit of cricket to finish off the over. 34 for 2. Tim Street has emailed as we're getting close to lunch here. Talking about the Isle of Wight, he says, any idea why the Isle of Wight fixture has been dropped from the schedule?
Cows Yacht Week, or whatever it's called, is what I understand it to be. Cows Week, with all the yachts.
Yeah.
And it was the fixture was going to clash with that, and there were going to be real problems about anybody booking a hotel, about travel and so on. So, as I understand it, it was just a temporary problem, and that they would be looking to go back next year. I can't say that's an official line, but that's the story I've understood.
Right, there we go. Yeah, I must admit I didn't know, so I'm glad you're here. Always left that one as Vince. Started a new over from Callum Parkinson.
It does get very busy during Cows Week on the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I've been over there a few times during that week.
It's a bit like Marty's story about trying to come here when the boat show's on.
Parkinson bowls. Vince turns it away behind square on the leg side. Very quickly, other Division 1 games going on. Surrey have beaten Warwickshire this morning. They started the day on 31 without loss. They didn't need too many more. They lost 1 wicket. They finished on 89, so they beat Warwickshire by 9 wickets as Vince is pushing well forward. Nottinghamshire, Lancashire. Lancashire are 194 for 8 in their second innings. They were 100 for 6 this morning. So Lancashire now in the lead, but only by 22.
They had a big partnership there for the 7th wicket, but the breakthrough has happened.
It's pushed on the onside by Vince. Yeah, Hurst is still there, just not out 64, and Tom Hartley was out for 50. So that was the partnership. Kent are batting a second time against Worcestershire. They are 18 for 1. Flighted and driven by Vince out to short extra cover. Kent trailing still by 193. That's the situation in Division 1.
So they've got a bat all afternoon as well.
Yeah, they certainly have. Here's Parkinson. It's left alone just outside of off stump, and that, I would say, will be lunch. It is. I'm just looking at the scoreboard, and it's just ticked over to 1 minute past 1, which means we are at lunch on day 4, with Hampshire on 34 for 2, with Felix Organ on 5. James Vince has 20. They face virtually the same amount of balls. In fact, Organ's faced 1 more than Vince on 47. So 2 wickets down. Those wickets were Ali Orr for 4 and Fletcher Middleton for 5. Both of them fell to Matthew Potts. Hampshire's lead is 105, and we'll be back with the afternoon session just before 20 to 2. welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where it's got slightly chillier over the lunch break. There is some rain expected sometime later on this afternoon. We'll probably give you a few more details on that as we go along. But the state of play here in this Division 1 County Championship match between Hampshire and Durham as we head into the middle session on day 4 is that Hampshire in their second innings are 34 for 2. They currently lead Durham by 105. James Vince is 20 not out, Felix Organ is 5 not out, Ali Orr and Fletcher Middleton were out in quick succession when Durham were bowled out this morning for 432. Hampshire at one stage 9 for 2. Matthew Potts picked up both wickets. It does feel as though the rain is getting slightly closer, but it's certainly not been as good a day today as it has been the first 3 days. Your commentary team this afternoon, a little later. Simon Hughes, the analyst, will be back. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, is also here. And it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Newcastle, Martin Emerson, to take you through this first period of play. Martin, good afternoon.
It does feel a bit autumnal now, doesn't it? It's been so warm the last few days, but just walking round to the other side of the ground to get lunch, it's very blowy over there. Quite a chilly wind, and the ground staff are in their thick waterproof jackets today, rather than just the luminous bibs they have been wearing. Here's Potts then, from the pavilion end, bowling to Organ, who's on 5. Somebody's asking, where do they get these balls from? The pound shop. The first ball of this innings lasted a delivery, and then the next one lasted 4 overs. So I bet they'll obviously get some discounts, so the ECB will probably do a deal on batch purchases, but I bet they're about £60 a pop.
Yeah, not cheap.
In comes Potts and bowls. That's gone to Lees in the gully. No run.
£60 a ball in the case of the first ball of this innings.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a dear game, isn't it, over 4 days?
Yeah.
Changed after 1 ball of the Hampshire second innings, the new ball. That'll end up as a new ball somewhere else, surely, unless it's, I don't know what
Seconds will play with it or something.
Yeah, I was going to say 1 ball. Sure,
Local league club would probably love to have a ball like that. Potts in past the umpire. Organ defends. The ball just trickles away on the offside.
Somebody would be a lucky recipient, I would have thought. I don't know if the club balls are as good a quality. I don't know.
Yeah. Where's my notes gone? Oh, there they are. Felix Organ was at Durham Uni at one point.
Ooh.
Here comes Potts bowls, and Organ plays that away up to mid-off. Don't know what he studied. Quite a few county players have come through Durham Uni over the years. Simon Hughes did as well, didn't he? Didn't he go to Durham Uni?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Did you go to uni?
No.
No.
You're not surprised at that, are you?
I didn't go to university.
No. I'm not surprised at that.
Mm. I'll tell you why. As Potts bowls, that's wide of the off stump.
Is there a reason you didn't go?
Yeah. I didn't want to.
Right.
My sister was a bit older than me, and she went off to uni, and went to visit her in the odd house, and I thought, if this is what university means, I don't want to know. Some of the houses, wow, that was in the 80s. But I worked out I could go from sixth form college straight into journalism college, so that's what I did.
Okay.
You went through the academy at Middlesex, did you?
Well, they didn't really have an academy those days.
Final ball of the over is defended by Organ off Potts, and it is a maiden. So
I wasn't the cleverest at school, really, to be honest, and doing another few years of learning didn't appeal, really. And I got offered a contract straight from school by Middlesex anyway. So.
Yeah. So where did you play your club cricket?
Started off at Edmonton in North London, and then went to Hornsey.
Hornsey. Have you ever been to Hornsey Pottery in East Yorkshire, near Bridlington?
Funny enough, no.
No.
That's funny, though.
There's a thing. Yeah.
Didn't know there was such a place.
It's
until
well
you
known.
just brought it
It's
up.
well known over that area.
Well, in that area, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, down here, nobody's heard of that. I mean, I know there are
You
not
might
many.
have some Hornsey pottery somewhere in the house that you just don't know you have.
I mean, I know there are not very many people in the ground. It actually felt very quiet, didn't it, walking over the other
Yeah.
side at lunchtime? But I would almost guarantee everybody here in this ground has never heard of that before.
I bet somebody has. I bet there's someone in this ground who not only has heard of it, but has visited it.
Well, if you're on your earpiece,
Uh-huh.
you know what to do. silentcricket@gmail.com. Let us know. Here's Callum Parkinson with his left arm spin. Forward is Vince. It's gone off on the offside. Am I the only one that can't wait for the rain?
I can't wait for the rain.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, yes, I know Hampshire have got a bit of a tricky. I think they've got a tricky hour and a half here, haven't they? Really, they don't want to be bowled out. Are they really going to be bowled out? They shouldn't do. Let's push back to the bowler. So it's just making sure till somewhere near tea at the very earliest that this game is dead and buried. I wouldn't say it's quite dead and buried yet. Only 105 lead as Vince pushes forward, and with balls like that, it certainly isn't
Good
dead
turn.
and buried.
In an ideal world, you want it to start to rain about 3 o'clock and hammer down till it gets to the point where you've got the 4 o'clock, and by the time they get back on, it's nearly 5 o'clock, and they can shake hands.
Parkinson again, flighted, driven by Vince. Mid-off's quite deep. So that'll be a single. That's Peter Siddle. We haven't seen yet in this second innings. 34 for 2. Yeah, that's
Be nice to get away in the middle of rush hour in the pouring rain and sit in the roadworks in the rain, in the traffic going nowhere.
I don't envy your trip back, as I'm sure you're the same when I'm up at your...
I was thinking a lot about you on your journey home a few weeks ago from
Was it?
Chester Street.
At least I got a reasonable start in, with the fact that we didn't play at all at day before.
Yeah.
Callum Parkinson again, driven by Organ. It's gone up to mid-on this time. Scott Borth wickets there.
What time did you set off?
I think by the time I left the ground,
About
after
2ish or something?
mucking about, it was a bit later than that actually. Can't remember exactly what time I got home, maybe 10, something like that, 9:30, 10. Let's push back to the bowler. We don't mind that. I mean, that's fine, isn't it? That's the end of the over, by the way. It's when the game goes the whole way.
Yeah.
A bit like we got a one-day game up at your place, haven't we? A 50-over game. It's
think
not actually at...
That might be at South
Riverside.
Northumberland. Then,
Yeah, it is, but that's still... so if that game goes all the way through till about 6:30, do some interviews, do a couple of bits, I'm going to get away about 7:30. That's when it starts getting
yeah.
hard work. It's going to be about
I wouldn't
1
be
o'clock.
doing a journey like that at 7:30 at night.
No, I mean, I'll have to make a decision. Oh, actually, no, I tell a lie, actually. I won't be, because 2 days later we're playing Worcester in Worcester in the 50-over competition. So I will drive from Durham to somewhere near Worcester. I won't quite go all the way. So you're right, actually. No, I won't be doing it. That competition to look forward to.
Current partnership 26 runs. Organ's got 5 of them. As Potts starts a new over, bowling to Vince. Vince plays that out through the covers and we'll get 2. Clark cuts it off just in front of the boundary rope.
That deserves 4, that. It's a lovely shot off the back foot.
When I was walking round to get lunch, there was a steward came walking towards me, and I thought he just wanted to chat. Hadn't seen anybody else today. Potts bowled. Ooh, bottom edge. And it's bounced down into the ground and gone to the slips. That stayed low, didn't it?
Didn't it? That's one thing that's been happening on this pitch, isn't it? Balls keeping low. I've been amazed how many balls have actually been kept out by the batters, including that one. Potts' pace. Vince did well. Got an interesting email here, actually. Dave might be able to help me out with this one in a minute.
In comes the bowler, and this is pushed to the covers to Raine, no run there.
So Chris Royals has got in touch. silentcricket@gmail.com. Hampshire played Buckinghamshire in 1970. No, I don't remember that. Oh, it's to Dave. It's addressed to you, actually, Dave. He's on the committee of Chesham Cricket Club. That's in Buckinghamshire, isn't it?
Yeah, it's near High Wycombe.
Their pavilion burned down in 2011 and they lost most of their records and memorabilia, and they're trying to get most of it up and running again.
Potts in. Vince goes for a quick push and run to mid-on. Gets a single.
Chesham hosted Hampshire in round 1 of the Gillette Cup in 1970. 3 Chesham players were in that side. Barry Richards was dropped at slip on naught apparently in that game. He was he was wondering if there are any scorecards, photographs, programmes, etc. from that game, and would they help Chris and Chesham Cricket Club out with any of that. Dave, shall I pass forward that email on to you?
Yes.
Yes, I will. Yeah. There we go. I thought I'd read out on it because it's quite interesting, isn't it? The fact that Barry Richards was dropped at slip on naught. It'd be interesting to see how many he ended up on. I'll have a look at that.
Apparently, I'm told the first ball today, which lasted 1 delivery, had split.
Oh.
So it's a nice drive from Oran. It's a diving stop from Raine, but he'll get a run as it bounces off Raine in the covers.
How did that ball pass quality control then, if it split after 1 delivery? Should never have passed, should it?
Maybe it was bad thread this time.
Running out of excuses, aren't they?
Potts balls to Vince. Vince turns this out through deep mid wicket for 1. Along the ground. That's the end of the over. Seemed to fly by that over.
It did, didn't it? Right.
5 runs from it.
Yeah, I've just called up that scorecard. Buckinghamshire against Hampshire in 1970. It was a 2nd round game. So Buckinghamshire obviously won a 1st round game. Barry Richards, who was dropped at slip for naught, made 69. So actually Buckinghamshire got away with that. Barry Reid, 143 not out. It's interesting. Hampshire made 278 for 3 off 60. Dave is looking at something. Ron Hooker played for Buckinghamshire, the old Middlesex player. Yeah, interesting. Buckinghamshire were at 136. Ron Hooker made 65. There we go. So Hampshire winners in that game. So yeah, hopefully Dave might have something outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Vince. Start of a new over from Callum Parkinson. 1970, Dave, you must have loads of stuff around that time. He's going to have a think. And I've passed the email on from Chris. Here's Callum Parkinson bowls, and it's left alone. Just before lunch, just before the break, the sun was trying to break through the clouds, and as I'm speaking, I can just see the ground staff starting to hang around the covers. That's bounced a bit outside the off stump, and Vince, who was thinking about playing a shot off the back foot, pulled out of it.
What have you spotted in the sky?
No, I was just saying the ground staff have just started to make their way to the covers, and they do know.
The weather's meant to be coming up from the channel today.
Okay. Vince is forward. It's pushed out on the onside.
So that's generally in that direction then, isn't it?
Well, if the... just for the benefit of everybody watching and listening, Martin's hand was pointing to the left.
No, I wasn't. I was pointing over there.
Well, sort of to 10 o'clock. There's a cut shot out on the offside for a single for Vince. Takes him on to 26. Right, okay. Generally, the weather comes from over on the right, about 2 o'clock as we look. If the weather comes from anything on the left-hand side of the pavilion as we look, it is the end of the world.
Really?
Yeah, and it doesn't rarely comes from that area. It's generally to the right, on the west side of the ground, westish, over the Shane Warne stand. But I'm sure you've got an app that says something different. But as I say, if it's coming in, oh, he's driving and that's turned. Smart keeping behind the wicket from Wally Robertson, who not only took the ball cleanly, but also whipped the bails off in the same motion. Good delivery. If you're watching on the live picture feed, there's the turn. End of the over. Go on then. I'm sure you know more about the weather here than I do.
Coming in off the sea lock there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, over there. Told you. I mean, when I say, it could be anything from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock sort of thing, but it's over that way, to the right. Right, we got something about Hornsey.
You haven't, have you?
Yeah.
Right.
There's always somebody out there.
Here's Potts. Bowling to Vince. Vince chops the ball down into the ground and it bobbles away to mid-on. Yeah.
This is from Graham, who's currently freezing at the hotel end. That's his words, not mine. He's emailed solidifies@gmail.com. He says, on the subject of Hornsey pottery, that's Hornsey with S-E-A, whereas the club I played at was Hornsey S-E-Y. I have a selection of brown jobs, mugs, etc., which I believe are Hornsey. Very fashionable in the 70s, but now relegated to tea for visiting workmen.
That's gone through to the keeper.
Or work ladies, of course,
Yeah.
Graham, which I've added in.
I don't want to be a bore, but look at this map.
Yeah.
There's the stadium. We're facing southwest.
Yeah.
All right. So we're looking across towards the Solent,
Yeah.
with the sea down that way towards the left, which is where I pointed.
Right, okay.
So
I knew you'd know more than me.
I'm only going on the map, which Mr. Google.
Yeah, no,
Published.
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. 41 for 2. Potts bowls. Ball played up to mid-off this time by Vince. No run there.
Rob Barnes, on the subject of Barry Richards, sellingcricket@gmail.com, he says, was he the best you've ever seen? I didn't see him play. Dave will have seen him play, so Dave can give you that answer, and Dave is on in a couple of minutes' time. So he'll be able to tell you.
So anyway, somebody in the ground's got a Hornsey pottery mug that they put tea in, is that right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's been relegated, though, so only when people that are
There you are.
working
So
on the...
people have heard of Hornsey pottery.
They have.
This ball from Potts is left alone by Vince.
We've got another one.
Oh, well then.
Ruth Allen, who's in Romsey, has emailed. I bet my namesake Dave Allen knows about Hornsey pottery. He knows about pottery, he says. He and I are very much of an age, and in the 1970s, Hornsey pottery was very much in fashion. I went to the pottery in the mid-70s and bought some storage jars.
Result.
There you go.
Result. Potts bowls, and that is played. I thought for a second he bowled him there. There was a strange shadow across the stumps. It's gone up to mid-on instead. No run. I better go and do the news. Hadn't I?
Yeah.
So,
So Ruth went to the
see you
pottery
later.
in
Yeah.
the mid-70s, bought some storage jars, in brackets seconds I suspect,
Little victories.
though it's too long ago to remember for sure. It's not about scoring points. All broken or charity shopped in the years since though. All broken or charity shopped in the years since though. So can't provide a photo, says Ruth. If anybody's got a photo of it, that would be nice. Silentcricket@gmail.com. Vince is forward to Potts. That goes up to mid-on. That's the end of Potts' over. He's bowled 8 overs, 2 for 13, wicketless in the first innings, and has enjoyed both his wickets in this innings. 41 for 2 Hampshire, and they currently lead Dave Allen by 112. Dave's back. He's heard of pottery.
Well, I don't know. I'm not an expert on Hornsey pottery, although I do share the feeling that it's a bit cold at the northern end. I have to say I've got another layer on since this morning. It's just that I was an art teacher, and at one point I was dispatched on a secondment to do something called a vocational potter's certificate at Southampton Art College, which I've got. And I did teach pottery for quite a long time.
Did you really?
Yeah, in secondary schools and Fareham Adult Education Centre. But I'm just trying to... Well, I was doing that at about the same time that Barry Richards was playing for Hampshire, so it was a long time ago. Yeah. And I really taught painting and drawing, to be honest, so it didn't last a long time. But yeah.
Okay. Callum Parkinson, left arm round, flighted, driven by Oran up to mid-off, Siddle fields and throws and hits the stumps at the bowler's end, but Oran is well and truly home.
And I said to you over lunch, Kevin, that I thought it was going to be an afternoon for stories, and so these messages come through and they're quite delightful, because this is not one that I had planned, but Buckinghamshire versus Hampshire in 1970. All kinds of possible stories that might come out of that, and I will do my best. I can't say that I'm really very optimistic that we'll have a lot, but I might find something.
Parkinson bowls. It's on the back foot.
And can certainly do things like looking up the British newspaper archive, and we might find somewhere, or indeed I'll go down to the Portsmouth Library and see the Portsmouth News Archive. Might find a match report.
Parkinson again, Vince's forward this time.
Portsmouth particularly, because actually that top score, Barry Reid, 143 not out, he was one of the more recent players who's actually born in Southsea. So they might have featured him.
Vince turns that away on the leg side, straight to Ben Raine.
And a slightly poignant, an interesting, intriguing story is that Barry Reid was brought here last week on a visit to the ground, and I'll explain a bit more about how he was brought.
Cameron Parkinson bowls. Vince again, he's forward.
Barry Reid, absolutely delightful man, wonderful man, super cricket coach, coached Hampshire under-19s in the days of Chris Tremlett and Laurie Prettypool and James Adams and so on, and lovely. Not very well these days.
No, I'd heard that. Vince again, he's forward, plays that into the ground. End of the over, is it? Yes, it is. Callum Parkinson has completed 12 overs, none for 21. Hampshire 42 for 2 in their second innings, lead by 113.
So Barry was brought by his carer last week, and apparently had a quite wonderful time, and did meet up with some people that he knew from way back, including Jimmy Adams. So that was nice of him. And somebody said, did somebody say Barry Richards' best player he ever saw or something? Was that one of the tweets? Yeah.
Yes.
It's always been my story. It just the finest bat I ever saw. I mean, you know, there's all sorts of competition for that claim, but there was just something quite extraordinary about him when he was on top. The elegance, power, everything really. Wonderful bat.
Potts in from the pavilion end, edge just short of second slip by Felix Organ. Did it carry though to Colin Ackerman?
It was a bit tentative, wasn't it? But I don't think it carried. But
let's have a look at the replay. And just dropped on half.
Yeah. But it was a tentative shot.
Liam Williamson has emailed again, silentcricket@gmail.com, and he says, on the subject of pottery, it seems only fair to ask Martin, has he heard of pool pottery? He's got loads of it in his house, apparently, Liam. There you go. Liam only asked the question because that's gone out in the offside by Organ, because he wanted somewhere down south to mention.
All right. I thought he meant Hartlepool. All right.
Martin's wife's a big fan of pool pottery. There we go. Eggshell blue, is that? Yeah. I can't say I know it too well. They've heard of it, of course. The lights are coming on here at the Utilita Bowl. I wonder if they're powered by those solar panels that look like they've just been placed on the roof, some of them. Keeps a little low. Organ's in behind that one, goes out into the covers.
That Buckinghamshire game, I spotted Ron Hooker. Did you know Ron? Because he was a contemporary of Don Bennett, wasn't he?
I knew him reasonably well. I had some coaching off him when I was very, very young, and in my early days at Middlesex, you know, a couple of benefit games and that sort of thing he'd turn out in. So, yeah.
He and Don Bennett were quite similar, as I remember it. Sort of medium fast bowlers and could bat a bit, all-rounders. I think they were both fairly much like that.
Yeah. Another length ball, Organ pushing it out square on the offside.
There was a man called Tony Waite who played for Buckinghamshire, who played a bit for Middlesex, but I'm not sure that you'd know him necessarily. That's from the days when I was a little lad, so you can see that was in the dark ages. Who else
played
is
at
in
Cheshire.
Yeah.
I've played at Cheshire for Middlesex under-19s against Buckinghamshire.
Okay. The Meadow, Cheshire. That sounds nice, doesn't it?
Nice part of the world, I think. From what I remember. There's Potts again from that pavilion, short. And Organ ducks underneath comfortably enough.
That innings, when was that? End of May, Barry Reid opening with Barry Richards. By the end of that season, Barry Reid wasn't in the side anymore, and pretty much retired after that, because we had this young chap called Greenwich who made his debut, late 70. Barry had a fascinating career because he played one game against a university in 1958.
Pots into Organ. Organ tucks it away, square on the leg side. They'll come through for a single. Just came back at him a fraction.
And then my memory is, I could look it up and been stupid, but my memory is he didn't then play another game for Hampshire for about 7 years. And he was, in some senses, strictly speaking, an old-fashioned amateur.
Okay.
Here we are. July 58, Hampshire against Cambridge University. And then, August 65, Hampshire against Lancashire.
Big gap.
Yeah, a big gap. And I think at that point, I mean, he certainly was involved in a pub which was known locally just north of Petersfield as the pub with no name. And Barry was also a farmer. And as I say, he was a super coach, really, really good coach in those days with the under-19s. And, and a smashing bloke. Interesting that we've got the floodlights on, but we've also got the ground staff perched on the cover.
All of them are there, aren't they?
So whether they,
7 of them.
yeah, whether they've spotted something on the
radar,
on the radar,
their special radar.
yeah, to suggest that it's going to come before 4 o'clock.
They're rarely wrong.
That's right.
So Callum Parkinson to start a new over. 34 these two have put on, Vince and Organ. And Organ's cutting it out on the offside.
It's a bit like the cricket version of what people who live out in the country say when they come in and they say, "I see the cows are sitting down. It's bound to rain in an hour," or whatever they say.
Here's Parkinson bowls, and Organ's getting a long way forward there. Yeah, I suppose it's a bit of a worry if you're driving to a cricket match and just outside the ground the cows are all lying down. It's not a good omen, is it?
Not good at all, mate.
Doesn't bode well. 43 for 2. Hampshire's lead is 114 as Parkinson comes in again. Brings Organ forward once more. There is a slipper, there's a gully, there is a short leg for Felix Organ, who's on 8 from 67 balls.
It's my kind of cricket, Ken.
It is. Him and Hashim Amla together. That's pushed on the outside. They're going to take a quick single. That's good awareness. The fielders were just a little bit on their heels there. Yes, can you imagine that? Hashim Amla, was it 3 years ago now? Still talked about in these parts.
Yeah, that was
30 runs all day.
What
10
an
runs a session.
extraordinary.
He didn't seem phased in the slightest, so he's saving the game in that one. Dave, the more he blocked, the more Dave got excited. As that's driven up to deep mid off by Vince, and he moves on to 27.
In fairness to him, though, the context of that game was rather more interesting, wasn't it? Because we did spend all day wondering whether Hampshire could win it. Whereas this afternoon, we're spending all afternoon wondering if it'll rain.
It's very true. Yes, I think Felix Organ in his sort of dropping anchor rolls, and he has done that a few times, isn't he? And he's not far off that today, striking at 13 runs per 100 balls. He's over the wicket, Callum Parkinson. There's a sweep shot there from Felix Organ. Well, that's certainly not anchoring the innings. Slog sweep out on the leg side for 4.
Because he does do the opposite. There was that game at Essex, wasn't there? When 2 years ago, was it, that on that dodgy pitch?
Yes, not last year, the year before.
And he took him up. He took on
he did.
the Essex attack.
A half century.
Yeah,
smacked it.
so he can do that. But,
but in his anchoring mode, him and Hashim Amla, I mean, it almost wouldn't be too far-fetched to say you could almost go a whole session and hardly see a run.
yeah.
If you'd matched the two up on that particular day. Now that would have been something to behold. 49 for 2. Hampshire's lead is 120 at the end of that Callum Parkinson over. Tom Farrell, I missed this just before lunch, so apologies, Tom. At soundcricket@gmail.com. He says, loving the commentary. I have a question. Should the rules around the suspension of play due to rain be changed? here's, I don't think they want to be playing through it. That's Vince pushing Potts out square on the offside. Should be allowed to be changed to allow cricket in the 4-day format to continue in moderate rain, much like in one-day cricket. Wouldn't it allow for more results? Says Tom. So basically, if it was light rain, could you carry on playing in it? Sometimes you do in one-day cricket, especially T20.
I don't know.
I think the trouble with that, I'm just thinking off the top of my head now, and it's probably the more I think about it, the more I think is why they don't play in it, is that if you're playing in it, Vince pulls that away and it's through the hands of mid-wicket, and that is still going all the way to the boundary. David Beddingham at mid-wicket there. He got quite a lot of hand on it, but Vince hit it pretty powerfully, and that's the 50 up for Hampshire, coming up in the 27th over. I think the trouble with that is that if you are playing a 4-day game and there's sort of light rain for quite a period of time, actually by the end of it, you get quite wet. Conditions could get very slippery. And what do you do then? Because if the game gets very interesting, do you then suddenly come off where there's light rain because one side feels that maybe they might lose the game? But you can't, you've got to keep playing through it. I don't know. It is different at 4-day cricket, that's for sure. Vince pushing that out into the covers.
I think the impact on a ball, I mean, if you look at Parkinson bowling, if they, and there was a bit of light rain around earlier on, if that had continued, Parkinson bowling spin, very difficult. And then there is also, against it in terms of the batting side, is the impact it has on the pitch. It depends what's there. If there's a bit of grass on the pitch, it greens it up. It starts, I don't know.
This pushes forward. I think it's just one of those accepted things. I mean, they have played through light rain, I think even this year.
Yeah.
There's been spots in the air. I think the umpires do try, maybe a little bit more now than they used to, but they do try and keep the players out there if they can, but there is obviously a point in which it's difficult, and also what you don't want to do, of course, is the fielders to get injured.
No. But I mean, the answer in terms of what you're saying really is that the pitches have to.
Potts bowls, Vince drives, can take a quick single up to mid-off, moves on to 32, 54 for 2.
There has to be a way in which these pitches, particularly over 4 days, in which these pitches become more interesting. I mean, I think they should start out fairly consistent, fairly solid, fairly much favouring the bat. By the end of day 2 or early into day 3, things should start to happen on these pitches. And at the minute, that trick seems to have gone. And I mean, I've read. I'm no expert on pitches and groundsmanship and all the rest of it, but they talk a lot about what kind of soil is used and how there's this kind of conformity across the country now. And also, of course, we don't play on many outgrounds. You know, you could. I mean, when in your day, you know, the pitches at Portsmouth and Bournemouth and Southampton were dramatically different, really. The way they played.
Potts has switched around the wicket, bowl short. Morgan pushes that out to point, end of the over. Hampshire's lead. Oh, excuse me, 125.
And you could tell that in other, other counties as well. But Bournemouth would tend to favour spinners, and it wasn't as hard as Portsmouth and so on. Southampton was a pretty solid batting track, and Basingstoke was the ground that Kevin would have put in his suitcase and taken everywhere if he could have done, because he was always bowling people out cheaply there.
Well, once. Yeah, no, they of course they, yeah. And that's the thing, isn't it? I know most of the test grounds, most of the main grounds have got, there is try to make them all the same, but they're still not really, are they? I don't know. Maybe not too far apart.
In fairness as well, there are probably going to be a few results this time round. I mean, Glamorgan beat Sussex in 3 days yesterday.
Parkinson bowls. And textbook forward defensive there from Vince.
Notts, Lancashire could certainly be a result. Surrey have already beaten Warwickshire. There haven't been enough results this season, that's for sure. But it's difficult again with the Duke's ball. It's 2 games.
On the back foot, Vince, this time.
I just think we're seeing it big time at Hampshire this year. for whatever reason. You know, we've had 3 pitches here that really haven't given us prospects of a game being completed.
Neither, yeah, for neither side. Parkinson bowls again. Vince is well forward. Got an email here from Brian Budd. Again, this came in just before lunch, so apologies. Well, we wouldn't have had time to read it out. Cricket@gmail.com. It's quite a long one, so I'll try and get through it quite quickly. Vince drives out into the covers. 2 replacement balls in the first few overs made me think about the expense of cricket. No wonder that the cricket authorities place finance at the top of the agenda when you consider the equipment costs and their apparently shoddy nature. Balls at £60, 4 innings with a modest 2 new balls. Vince pushes that out again into the covers. Equals 6 balls at a total of £360. Then factor in, say, 4 as unfit for purpose after some overs. Gives about £600 per match. Helmets at £50. I think they're a bit more than 50, aren't they? Here's slight leading edge there. He was trying to tuck that away on the leg side, and fortunately for him, the ball just goes along the ground back to the bowler. End of the over, 54 for 2. Replaced every time. This is a helmet. Replaced every time the batsman heads the ball away, or a batter heads the ball away. Maybe 4 per match. I think that's over the top. There's £800 per match. That's £800 per match minimum. A poor set of balls would soon push the price over to £1,000, says Brian. Then feeding the players and all sorts of unknown others that a club cricketer like myself cannot fathom, but you ex-pros will be familiar with. It was very rare to see helmets in club cricket when I played, so I wonder how clubs can survive and attract young players with high costs of basic kit. I used to pay about £50 for a decent quality bat, but see now they start at double that. Gosh, I think they're more than that. And I heard somewhere that those used at test level run out at several hundreds and don't last very long. Well, those at test level, they don't pay for them, so they're lucky enough there. But I think the biggest cost I find astonishing is that some clubs are putting in live picture feed cameras.
Yeah.
So you can actually go onto websites and watch your club play.
Yeah.
Home. I think, gosh, you think how clubs affording that? That is a huge expense. There's a few cricket bats in that. Colin Ackerman, is this Colin Ackerman?
Yeah,
it
it
is. With his offspring. Yep. Bowling to Morgan, who's playing that back slowly. The ball trickles back to Ackerman. So 54 for 2. Vince has 32. Organ 13. Hampshire's lead is 125, a minimum of just under 57 overs left in the day, assuming this rain keeps away, which I don't think it will. Later on, Organ's forward.
One of the things about bats is that they really don't last as long as they used to, and that's the technology involved in making these huge bats, which is, as I understand it, that they suck all the water out, so they're much more brittle.
Right. Fiberglass tape used to come in handy.
Yeah.
As Organ again plays it out on the left side.
I mean, I tell this story about how I, as a club cricketer, now I was only a club cricketer and I didn't score 100 every week or even every year, but I had a bat that had been a Hampshire County Cricket Club bat that I got via a player, and I used it for over 10 years, and I've still got it.
Organ pushes it out to mid-wicket.
And you could still use it, actually. I mean, I've got it at home now, signed by the 1973 Championship winning side, but you could still bat with it. But there are a lot of bats this year in the modern day that won't last very much long at all.
The length ball to Felix Organ. Somebody's clapping something below. I can't think it was about that piece of cricket.
I think I'm about to disappear, aren't I?
I think we both are.
All
at
right.
the end of this over. There's Ackerman from the pavilion end. Bowls once more. There's the applause. I think it was for me and you coming off commentary, Dave, actually. As that's a quiet over. It's a maiden, in fact. Somebody's going to get their wish down below us, because there is a double change in the commentary box with Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle coming on. And he will be joined by the analyst Simon Hughes. So 54 for 2. Hampshire's lead is 125. Martin.
Yeah, sky is greying around us. It's filling in, as they say. So quite a lot of rain coming in from the south later. About 90% chance of rain from about 4 o'clock all the way through tonight. Joyous conditions.
It's certainly
on
not
the
raining
motorway.
at the moment. It's
It's filled in, hasn't it? It's,
yeah, the groundsmen are on the covers.
yeah. Here's Parkinson, left arm round from the hotel end, defended by Vince, who's on 32. This partnership now worth 45 from 150 balls, so calm has been restored after 2 quick wickets earlier when Potts got all for 4 and Middleton for 5 in the first 5 overs of the innings. Ball is defended. I'm told the first ball, which lasted 1 delivery, split.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
that's not good news.
no. And then the next ball was changed again. So as Parkinson bowls, they changed the ball again after Middleton was bowled by Potts. So 1 ball lasted a ball. The replacement ball lasted 4 overs.
Oh, it's very, very odd for a Dukes.
Around the wicket comes Parkinson again. That one's played to short mid-wicket.
Must be a bad batch.
Yeah, we're back on the bad cows again. I interviewed the chairman of the company a few years ago as well for a feature for the BBC. Ball is played off towards point now, no run. Did you discuss the process of lagering, which it looks like lagering on paper, it's classed as layering, it's a German word.
No.
And it's the storing of leather goods. Parkinson in, gives that a bit of drift. It's just past the off stump, and that is a dot ball. 54 for 2, so the lead's 125. So it's basically like a good wine, I suppose. For leather products to reach their prime, they have to be stored and matured.
Yeah.
And because of a shortage of leather and the backlog because of COVID and that kind of thing, clubs were needing cricket balls, but they didn't have the time to store them, and they were being sent out in a just-in-time fashion. So that was why his theory was that was why balls weren't lasting as long.
Is it a bit like sort of smoking a salmon or something? It's sort of, it's as you say, a sort of maturing process. Who we got bowling now? Ackerman, is it? Colin Ackerman bowling off spin from the far end as we look. His first ball actually seemed to just looked as if it might have ricocheted off the glove of Felix Organ there. It certainly turned a fair bit. I would imagine they should have another man. I can't believe they aren't attacking more here, really. There's only 2 men round the bat, a short leg and a slip, and Durham need to get wickets to have any chance of a result here. They need to get quick wickets. That one slid straight on from the off spin of Ackerman, and Organ was back and just defending it on the offside. I mean, I find the whole ball making process fascinating. I've watched the little man. I say little, he wasn't that small. Here comes Ackerman bowled off spin and defended by Organ. There's a man in the corner of one of the bits of the warehouse who's just putting wax on the ball.
Isn't it in Walthamstow somewhere?
Yes,
the
in
warehouse.
Walthamstow, yeah. He puts wax on the ball, rubs the wax in, and then heats the wax, or heats the wax first, then rubs it into the ball to give it moisture protection. Defended this time by Organ on the front foot to the off spin of Colin Ackerman. It's 54 for 2, Durham, Hampshire against Durham. So the match heading for an inevitable draw unless Durham can take 6 or 7 quick wickets.
Not being that kind of game.
Ackerman bowls and tickled fine. That's where I think the man should be. It's a short, fine leg. I think he should have him at leg slip. Why not? What have they got to lose? Get a couple more round the back, get a silly point in, get a leg slip in, try and force a mistake.
Ackerman got the world record in T20, 7 wickets for 18 for
That's a good stat.
Leicestershire against Warwickshire.
Here he comes again and bowls, and again it's turned to the leg side. Easy single from Organ this time to square leg. Who was that against?
Against Warwickshire in 2019, 7 for 18 in a T20 for a part-time spinner. Not bad, is it?
I wonder how many of them were caught on the boundary. Probably a few. Anyway, that's the end of the over, and he didn't take even 1 wicket in that over. 55 for 2, Hampshire. So the lead now 120 odd, 126. No, I don't know. I just felt that the care and meticulousness that they take with their ball manufacturer at Duke's is something I was always quite impressed by. So when I hear stories of balls splitting after one ball, it's quite shocking, really.
How many people do they have? Because I think one ball manufacturer can make 4 balls a day or something, is that right?
I'm not sure.
Parkinson in. This is played off towards point, no run.
I mean, when I was there, probably 10, 12 people in the warehouse, but I didn't sort of see every bit of it. May have been a few more.
Parkinson comes in and flights that up. It's played into the ground and out to Clark at short extra cover, dot ball.
Yeah, I think every ball takes sort of 2 man-hours or something to make, something like that. Did you say 3 a day?
I think they make about 4 a day. I think
that's probably right on average.
Morgan back into the crease this time to play that one safely away on the offside. It's a dot ball.
It's a very elaborate process because, you know, they collect the leather first. Obviously, the leather is chosen and then smoked, or whatever you said, matured.
He's gave himself a little bit of room there and placed it nicely between 2 fielders.
It's pretty short from Parkinson, really, but yeah, he levered it through the offside. And then after the maturing, then it's cut, and then it's sent abroad for stitching. Quite often the stitching part is done in India.
Yeah.
Stitching the cork inside and the leather on the outside.
That's the 50 partnership for Organ and Vince, so that's the 10th 50 partnership in this game.
Wow.
And we've only had one into 100 runs. Next ball's a dot ball, so that's come in 165 balls. Next ball's defended on a length.
So Parkinson finishes another over, and he's got sort of pretty respectable figures, none for 31 from 16 overs, but he's not really putting the batsman under a lot of pressure. He's steady, but not really that threatening.
He's getting quite a bit of bounce before lunch from length balls from this end.
I think one thing that I haven't noticed him do, and it's I suppose a bit harder to tell from a distance, is whether he changes his grip and tries to get some balls to not turn, because nearly every ball is just offering a little bit. And there was one in the last over that Vince was pitched on about off stump, and Vince confidently left it alone. Well, if you're facing a spinner like, say, Jadeja from India, you wouldn't know which ones were going to turn and which ones were going to go straight on, and quite often the bowler doesn't know either. So it's difficult to leave him. So I don't know if he varies his grip as much as perhaps some spinners do. That was a delivery from Atkinson, the off spinner at the other end, that was defended by Vince, who still has just the 2 men close, the slip fielder and the short leg. Still nobody catching round the corner. Atkinson bowls, and Vince tries to knock that one up to long on, but just gets a thick inside edge into pad. The ball just ricochets out on the offside, and he makes to throw it back to the bowler, then thinks better of it. Atkinson again bowls. Vince missed the opportunity there of forcing that one out to long on for a single.
Ackerman, who you're thinking of as Atkinson? I'm wondering.
Sorry, Ackerman. Did I say Atkinson?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm just wondering who you've got somebody in your mind there.
Well, I haven't actually,
No?
not particularly, as he defends that one. Yeah, Ackerman. You're right. Who's Colin Atkinson? Then no idea.
Was he a runner? Colin Atkinson, was he a runner?
Ackerman bowls, and Vince again defends straight into the hands of a short leg. I knew there was a
first-class cricketer
Atkinson who played for Somerset that I knew pretty well.
Yeah.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Former headmaster of Millfield School.
And Vince drives a full toss straight back to the bowler, and the bowler misfields it. Maybe he was trying to flick it onto the stumps, but anyway, it's a single. to James Vince to finish that over. So the score is now 60 for 2.
He's trying to deflect the ball with his right hand under the stumps to try and run out the backing up batsman, and placed it over the top. Is that him, Colin Atkinson? English first-class cricketer, schoolmaster, headmaster of Millfield School. Is that who you knew?
No, it's another Atkinson, James or J Atkinson, JJ, I think it was.
Right.
But it was at Cambridge and played for Somerset. But we're talking, the last century. You're looking it up, are you?
JJ Atkinson.
Anyway, it's just my confused brain. Don't waste any more time trying to look that up.
Felix Organ, who's batting, he went to Durham Uni as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
So,
good uni, eh?
who was there when you were there then? Because Nasser Hussain went
Tim
there
Curtis,
as well. Yeah.
from Worcester. Gordon Lord, who played for Warwickshire. Great man called Robin Dyer, who some school people might know.
Here's the ball from Parkinson. No run there.
Robin Dyer played for Warwickshire. 4 initials, RAHB Dyer, and he was deputy head of Wellington and then headmaster of Ampleforth recently.
All right.
As well, up your neck of the woods.
It is. Well, Parkinson comes in and bowls. That's defended. That's next to is it Felix Kirk, the village?
Forgotten exactly. It's North York Moors.
Yeah,
sort of
it's
area.
where David Lloyd used to live.
Okay.
He lived in the village next to Ampleforth. Parkinson bowls again, and that's played down into the ground and comes to rest on the crease line. Parkinson was actually bowled like that this morning. He played a ball down and it ran between his legs and took the bail off. The last time I was in Ampleforth, it was just after England had won the World Cup in 2019. It was that red hot week we had then, and I'd been in Thirsk staying at my mother-in-law's. This has gone off down towards third man for 1 run, and I bought a copy. I think it was the Cricketer, and it was on the front page. It was the England World Cup winning team with the trophy. That was the front cover. And I drove over there. There's a nice pub in the village, and I stopped for a pint in the pub, and I had the magazine and the guy on the bars. Oh, cricket! You're a cricket fan, are you? All the people who are here today, they're all cricket fans. This is defended. Goes back to the bowler, and all the families in the pub were all with kids who were taking part in a national schools cricket competition at Ampleforth College, and they'd come from all over Britain. So it's a big competition. Next ball from Parkinson, balled to Organ, who plays it back to him, and just the 1 run from that over. I think Don Topley organises a similar event down in near Colchester in his former school.
That team actually that I mentioned, Durham University, 1980s. We won the University Athletic Union Championship that year, the UAU Championship, and so did the rugby team. The
Right.
Durham University rugby team also won the UAU that year as well. So we have an annual get-together of those 2 rugby and cricket teams, and sometimes we have a golf day. This year we're actually having a golf day, I think, at Branspeth,
All right.
which is a great little course in just south of Durham City. Love it up there, actually. I mean, absolutely
Well, William, the
spectacular.
Durham scorer, his family owned Branspeth Castle,
Right.
and my granda was
Blimey.
based there in the Second World War.
Wow. It's a great spot, actually. I mean, it's a very un-Durham-like spot. It feels sort of almost quite tropical when you're there on a warm day with vegetation and everything. It's really absolutely stunning, really beautiful spot, like a botanical gardens. I knew over from Ackerman, Colin Ackerman.
I know a couple of the guys who run Branspeth Golf Club, actually. They meet up for a curry every few months.
Yeah,
And they've just put a new driving range in there and whatnot.
yeah. No, it's lovely, lovely spot. So Vince on strike, Ackerman bowls, defends. This is the sort of situation, actually, where, given it's a sort of stalemate, really, at the moment, where in the olden days you'd have tried to get your over rate up here, and which feels as if this is what Durham are doing, actually. They're just putting a lot of spin and getting through a lot of overs. But we
Plus
actually,
2 at the minute.
Middlesex v Essex in about, I don't know, late 80s sometime. Vince defends, it's into the offside, fielded, a backward point. Middlesex v Essex, we got 40 overs in 1 hour. with John Embry bowling to his mate Graham Gooch, Middlesex against Essex, and Embry bowling off 2 paces to Gooch, who just blocked it back, and Embry bowled another one because we had to get our over rate up to avoid a fine because the game was petering out into a draw. And people were fielding a deep extra cover in a deck chair, I remember actually. Another one from Ackerman is defended by Vince, back up the pitch. He could easily turn around and just bowl another one now.
Well, the Hampshire over rate was something like +11 by the time the Durham innings came to an end. Yeah. I've never seen that before.
Ackerman bowls, and that's through the defences of Vince, and a big appeal, but I think it came straight off the pad and into the hands of first slip. So it certainly turned. It was a good delivery, but no bat involved. Forward goes Vince, ricochets off his knee and caught at first slip, but no wicket for Ackerman. Good delivery.
Doug Nicholas emailed with a cricket ball question.
Okay. Ackerman bowls again, and this time very studiously forward goes Vince and defends.
With all the fuss about the Kookaburra ball, which doesn't do anything, versus the Duke's ball, which keeps having to be replaced, I'm wondering what happened to the Reader ball that I remember being used.
Yes.
Reader used to sponsor the Durham Senior League. It was the Reader's Durham Senior League.
What's happened to Reader? I think they still exist. I mean, I don't know for sure.
What's happening here?
Well, one of the batsmen, Felix Organ, is going off the field. Perhaps just going for is this a drinks break or something? It's an hour. An hour's gone since lunch. It looks like it's a possible drinks break.
Yeah. I don't think they need a drinks break an hour after lunch on a day like this. Yesterday maybe, and the day before. It's not
more
warm.
Like a hot toddy break. Actually out there.
Get the whiskies out there, I think.
Yeah. So it's 61 for 2 is the Hampshire score. There's a pause here while the players have a little chat in the middle, and so do the umpires. We think it's probably a drinks break, or maybe Felix Organ has gone off to have a pill or whatever, who knows. I mean, I think Reader's balls do still exist. I remember when it was changed from Dukes to Reader's one year, and a lot of seamers like me took a lot of wickets. So the following year, they took about 4 strands off the seam, and it was like bowling with an orange, and teams got 800 and 900. A bit like the beginning of this year.
Well, that was the one thing the players were complaining about after lockdown, when they were having problems with the Duke's balls, and they felt the seam was different and wasn't as pronounced as it had been. But when I spoke to the owner of the company, he said they hadn't changed the manufacturing process other than a slightly different pigment of dye.
Yeah. It's incredible how much difference the seam on a ball makes. Not only the degree of movement you can get, but actually also swing, because the seam, and I've looked into this a bit. I went to an aerodynamics department at Bath University a few years ago, who were doing a thesis on swing, and they demonstrated how important the rudder of the seam is in creating swing. If you don't have a ridge on the ball where the seam is, it really does inhibit the opportunity for swing. Whereas the bolder that ridge is, the seam, the more potential swing you can get, because it does, according to the position of that seam, it trips the wind coming towards the ball into the possibility of swing. It trips the boundary layer, if you're scientifically minded, is how they explained it. And we put loads of different balls in a wind tunnel, and balls that have been polished, balls that have been scratched on a wall, balls with no seam, balls with a big seam, balls with new and old, and so on. We even I tried polishing one ball by sucking sweets and then using that sweet saliva to polish the ball. Obviously you can't do that anymore, and came up with various results that undoubtedly a ball with one highly polished side and one very dull side and a proud seam will swing.
They do a lot of
getting ready to go.
Yeah, they do a lot of sports science research there, because a girl who won gold for Great Britain in the skeleton bob at the Winter Olympics a few years ago, remember meeting somebody who designed the helmet that
Oh, yeah.
she wore in that. That was designed at Bath University. As a friend of mine, his son worked on the project. So they do a lot of research there.
Martin's leaving us. Kevin's coming in. So we are going to restart again now. It's 61 for 2, and Callum Parkinson is bowling the next over. I'm getting all my surnames and Christian names mixed up now. I think this is Callum Parkinson and Colin Ackerman at the other end. Hopefully I've got that right. Parkinson bowls again, and that just turned a fraction and bounced a little bit, but Organ defended it pretty well. Make it bigger, I can't read it. Oh, yes, okay. So Martin's got a little thing here from Marty Cricket. Oh, that's to Marty Cricket from Andy Watts. As Parkinson bowled again and defended by Organ out on the leg side. And Andy Watts, 76, says readers still exist, and they're used in the amateur game, especially in the Bedfordshire County Cricket League. Thank you very much. Readers are originally from Kent, actually, the manufacturer there. I think it was Alfred Reader was the original name of the founder of the company. Parkinson bowls and Organ defends back up the pitch to the bowler. Not much fielding required from anyone else at the moment, actually. It's bowler to batsman, and batsman just pushing the ball back to the bowler. It's a two-man game.
A bit like you batting.
There we are. That time, actually, we do need a mid-wicket that time, just to move in and field the ball. You get cold, don't you, in these situations? There's nothing to do if you're a mid-on or a mid-off. In fact, mid-off has got his hands in his pockets. A couple of other fielders keeping warm. Parkinson bowls again, tossed up, this time driven nicely by Organ, but he can't get through the gap at sort of square cover there, and that's the end of another over, 61 for 2.
That's interesting you mentioned readers, because I haven't heard that name mentioned, cricket balls, for a long time now. So it's nice to know they are still around, because they were useful in their day, weren't they?
Well, they were good. Do you remember, actually, there was a series, I think it might have been 1992 England-Pakistan series, where they took it in turns. So one test was a Dukes, and the next test was a Readers, and I think even the captains could even choose which they wanted. Whoever won the toss could say, "Oh, well, we'll use Readers for this test." You know, mad, crazy. And I think it was a sort of a test to see which was the best ball. Actually, the Pakistanis enjoyed the Reader because it reverse swung a lot more than the Dukes did, from memory.
Now Ben Raine is on, but we're not going to see his seam. We're going to see his, I presume, off breaks.
Or leg breaks, maybe.
Or leg breaks. What are we going to... Let's have a look. Let's have a look closely. What's he bowling? That's off break, isn't it?
Yeah, that's off break.
Oh, he's got excited with that one as Vince is pushing forward. Well, that sounds like it turned a lot, listening to that out there. I think the fact that it started online and was a good length is probably as much as anything. I'm not sure how much he bowls off spin, Martin. He's never seen him, so there we are. This shows you how often this is. That's on the line of leg stump, turn behind square.
Did you ever bowl spin in a game?
I bowled spin in first-class cricket.
Did you?
Yes. Not in this country.
Successfully?
No.
Where was that, New Zealand?
Yeah, for Wellington against Auckland at Eden Park, when the game was drifting and not doing anything. That's cut away by Vince to the man in the deep, 62 for 2, and a man called Martin Snedden, who was batting at the time. He was more of a seam bowler for New Zealand in those days. Well, good little seam bowler. He was I think he was left-handed. I just remember bowling a few overs because everybody said, "Oh, just bowl some spin. There's no point doing anything else here," because it's a bit like this actually. We were just waiting for the end. It's Raine from the pavilion end, still bowling his off spin outside the off stump, left alone.
The way you said that, it sounded like it's raining at the pavilion end.
Did it? Oh yes.
You said it's rain from the pavilion end.
It's on my brain.
Yeah.
It is. I can't tell you how much I'm willing.
Can't say that.
I can.
Can't.
Of course you can. That's driven out towards extra cover, game situation. I'm not the only one thinking that.
Yeah, there's 21 people out there thinking that. I bet the only
out of 22.
Well, yeah. I mean, I bet the only person who isn't is probably James Vince, thinking I can get a few easy runs here.
Well,
get a not out.
Be nice, wouldn't it? Raine bowls. Vince. Sorry. Organ pushes out on the offside. End of the over. Hampshire's lead is 133. There was talking about the readers again. Do you remember there was one year, it might be more than 1 year, where they used Dukes in Division 1 and Readers in Division 2. They used 2 different balls, because I remember David Balcombe, who was a seamer here, very promising seamer, around 2010, something like that.
Hang on, before you finish, I just wonder about whether they're making a sort of big decision here, are they? I mean, there's
about
more
the light?
consultation, yeah.
Oh, they are. They're taking the players off.
Sorry, I intervened.
No, that's fine. No, I'm just trying to work out why. Is there a bit of rain in the air?
It must be either rain or light.
Yeah.
Mustn't it?
And David Balcombe was a very good seamer here, and he went on loan to Kent for a few games, and he kept coming back with 5 wickets. So I said to him, "What's going on there?" And he said, "Well, I'm using these reader balls." He said, "They're swinging all over the place." So yeah, different. Right, the umpires are asking for the cover to come on.
So I can sort of feel rain in the air, but I mean, is it almost they're going off for lack of interest?
Well, shall I write that in the book?
You can if you like.
Shall I just phone the scorers and say they're actually off for lack of interest?
The only other alternative could be that they've changed the ball so many
meter there. What does that show?
200 lux. So
200 lux.
When I use this app, they go off when it gets to 300 or below.
300 or below, they go off.
Right.
Oh, Martin's light meter's showing just under 200. So there we are. That's fair enough. So yeah, we're off a bad light then. I think it's fair to say. If you're watching on the picture feed, there's the summary of the state of play. Hampshire leading by 133, 62 for 2 they are. I think we'll take a bit of a break, I think. And I say a bit of a break, it might be longer than that. So rest assured, if there is any more play, via the BBC Sport website and app, or via the live picture feed, or around the ground, for those of you that have still got your earpieces in, we'll be back with you. Thank you, Simon Hughes.
Pleasure.